request everyone on my right to please take their seats. Mrs. Aarti Patil, wife of नायब सूबेदार अमोल पाटिल, प्लीज आप स्टेज की तरफ आ जाएं. Miss Aarti Patil. You're the sunrise in my life. A small request to the audience and the other activities which go up on the stage. Once the President AWWA moves out for tea, I request you all to still remain seated for 7 minutes. I would announce, and then move towards the tea area for tea break. Till then, I would request everyone to remain seated with their phones on silent or flight mode. Thank you. You say my world, you say my melody. Paradise when you smile for me. Say the world and fly with me. My love
You set me free. You're taking me to heavens, heavens. 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 You're taking me to heavens, heavens.
To me. Everybody in the club is drinking peace and harmony. Try to get away, but the vibe is still awake and the fire still blaze. Gotta work but calling late. Looking for a good time, want to come and do right. Want to see your eyes like tonight. Ice tripping Rari time, racing under city lights. Gonna change your life. I got 69 ways to love you if you want me to. Take you to my house and show you a strange world. A strange world. Show you my strange world. A strange world. I got 69 ways to love you if you want me to. Take you to my house and show you a strange world. A strange world. Show you my strange world. A strange world.
Mrs. Aarti Patil, if you're in the audience, please come to the stage. Miss Aarti Patil. morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. Our guests are just about to arrive. I would request you all to please settle down, put your phones on silent mode. And please remain seated throughout the program.
You don't wanna be alone, moving on and going home. Left me standing in the rain. I am done with all your games. You don't wanna be alone, moving on and going home. Left me standing in the rain. I am done with all your games. I can hear your whisper now. It is far, far gone. Left me standing in the rain. Makes me feel like I will say, I tried. Your touch moving in.
I understand the excitement of the ladies, but now I would request you all to please take a seat. You'll have enough time for photographs in the author's lounge. Yeah, Mr. Irani is now asking to be paid for each photograph. So जो पर्स लेके आई हैं वही आगे आएंगी. So please ladies, try to settle down. We have a lovely author's lounge over there where you'll find him with Colonel Vibhuti, so you can have a lot of photographs there.
Going home, left me standing in the rain. I am done.
Pardon? Audience, please settle down. President AWWA is on her way. I would request everyone to please take their seats and put their phones on silent mode. And you can edit your photographs later. So today we'll have a lot of statuses to see and a lot of uploads, I'm sure. But still, I would like you all to settle down, hold the excitement for the next few minutes, and let us start the day today on a very good note. All those people on my right towards the stall, please settle down.
street lights keep me awake. I feel like before, 'cause I leave the window open, my bones don't shake.
Everyone, please be seated. President AWWA is right amongst us now. Let me light this lamp and count myself blessed. Let me have no vanity unwarranted. This lamp would illuminate the entire world. This lamp will take us to a world of knowledge and happiness, because it is the blessed of all lights hallowed. It is with great pleasure and excitement that we welcome Mrs. Sunita Dwivedi, President, Army Wives Welfare Association, amongst us. Ma'am, we request you to light the auspicious lamp . Thank you so much, ma'am. The lamp which dispels darkness and ignorance and ushers in knowledge and wisdom. Lighting of the lamp signifies hope, inspiration, and enlightenment, setting a positive tone to the event. AWWA movie. AWWA, an institution relentlessly working towards empowering skills and inspiring the future. It helps not only in confidence building, but also aims to rehabilitate war widows and battle casualties. Without any more words, let's see a short movie based on AWWA.
सन 62 और 65 में पड़ोसी देशों ने भारत की संप्रभुता पर घातक हमला किया। हर सैनिक ने किया था अपना जानो तन देश के नाम समर्पित। पर जो शहीद हुए वो छोड़ गए अपना घर बार तिरंगे की आन पर। जरूरत थी एक ऐसे मजबूत कंधे की जो उस हर देशभक्त के परिवार का सहारा बन सके। इसी उद्देश्य से 23 अगस्त 1966 को आर्मी वाइव्स वेलफेयर एसोसिएशन या आवा की रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ सोसाइटीज दिल्ली प्रशासन के अंतर्गत नींव रखी गई। इस सामूहिक प्रयास ने बीड़ा उठाया न सिर्फ वीर नारियों पर उनके परिवार, सेवानिवृत्त और समर में जख्मी सैनिकों के मानसिक, आर्थिक और सामाजिक उत्थान का भी। मुश्किल की घड़ी थी और जिम्मेदारियां बड़ी। आवा ने सदस्यों को अपने पैरों पर खड़े करने के लिए निजी संगठनों की मदद से राष्ट्रीय और प्रदेश स्तर पर अनेक सशक्त योजनाओं की शुरुआत की। सदस्यों के निखरते कौशल को एक व्यापक मंच प्रदान करने हेतु 2005 में आह्वान का आरंभ हुआ। इसके अंतर्गत वीर नारियों को विविध प्रकार की हस्तकलाओं में पारंगत किया जा रहा है। आज आह्वान एक आत्मनिर्भर इकाई के रूप में अपनी साख बना वीर नारियों के बढ़ते आत्मविश्वास और आर्थिक समृद्धि का द्योतक बन चुका है। प्रधानमंत्री कौशल विकास योजना के अंतर्गत आवा ने देशव्यापी प्रशिक्षण केंद्र स्थापित किए, जिसमें भर्ती हुए 13,663 प्रशिक्षणार्थियों में से 10,300 प्रमाणित किए जा चुके हैं। आवा एंटरप्रेन्योर योजना लोक कलाकारों और उद्यमियों को सफलता की नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचा रही है। इस मंच द्वारा इनकी कला देश के हर प्रमुख शहर और नई पीढ़ी तक पहुंच रही है। आवा के वीरांगना सेवा केंद्र सैन्य परिवार के सशक्तिकरण की दिशा में अत्यंत सक्रिय भूमिका निभाते हैं। वीर नारियों के देश प्रेम के जज्बे और काबिलियत को सलाम करते हुए आवा ने सेना के नियमों में बदलाव लाने की पहल की और वीर नारियों का सेना में भर्ती होने का मार्ग प्रशस्त किया। सैन्य परिवारों के हित के लिए आवा सदैव कटिबद्ध है। अपनी विभिन्न दूरदर्शी योजनाओं से आवा अपने सदस्यों और समाज में व्यापक बदलाव लाती है। इनमें एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है आवा के आशा विद्यालय। भारत में अपनी तरह के विशिष्ट विद्यालयों की ये सबसे बड़ी कड़ी है। सामान्य नागरिकों के लिए उपलब्ध देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में स्थित ये विद्यालय करीब 1550 पृथक रूप से सक्षम बच्चों का भविष्य संवारते हैं। यही नहीं, आवा ने R&R अस्पताल में प्रयास नामक प्रारंभिक चिकित्सा केंद्र का उद्घाटन किया। इसमें पृथक रूप से क्षमता वाले बच्चों का व्यापक और सही समय पर निदान, पुनर्वास और चिकित्सकीय सेवाएं प्रदान की जाती हैं। जैसी अनूठी पहल द्वारा आवा सेना के सभी प्रमुख अस्पतालों में प्रभावित कैंसर मरीजों और उनके परिचारकों को हर संभव सहायता प्रदान कर रही है। देश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में स्थापित आवा हॉस्टल्स द्वारा सैन्य परिवार के सभी बच्चों को छात्रावास की सुविधाएं प्रदान की जाती हैं। आशा, विश्वास और आस्था के सिद्धांतों पर अडिग आवा वीर नारी ही नहीं बल्कि आर्थिक रूप से कमजोर वर्ग, मेधावी बच्चों के लिए छात्रवृत्ति या अनुदान और शहीद हुए सैनिकों के परिवारों की आर्थिक मदद के लिए अनुग्रह राशि भी प्रदान कराती है।
In the words of Boris Pasternak, literature is the art of discovering something extraordinary about ordinary people and saying it with ordinary words, something extraordinary. Welcome to the amazing world of literature and poetry with your master of ceremony, Soni Sharma, in the 4th season of Abhivyakti and AWWA initiative, organized by Western Command in the spectacular surroundings of Chandi Mandir. Over the next few days, we will gather to celebrate the power of storytelling and engage in thought-provoking discussions. Abhivyakti. The word itself means expression and manifestation of ideas put into words in a meaningful and eloquent way, revealing the hidden thoughts and objectives of the writer and exploring what it is to be human. This dynamic platform was born in 2021 under the leadership of Mrs. Veena Niravani, and today it is in its 4th season. So whether you are here to discover new favorites or reconnect with beloved authors, we hope you have a heart full of stories and mind brimming with ideas. For this, I would like to invite Mrs. Shuchi Katyar, Regional President AWWA, Western Command, to share her inspiring insights that will mark the perfect beginning to the AWWA Literature Festival, Abhivyakti Season 4.
Mrs. Sunita Dwivedi, President AWWA, General and Mrs. Malik, Mr. Bowman Irani, Ms. Pooja Batra, and all distinguished guests, and our AWWA family, a very warm good morning to you all. It is a matter of great honor and pride for us to host the 4th edition of Abhivyakti, the Literature Festival of AWWA, Army Wives Welfare Association. Today, as we inaugurate Abhivyakti, the AWWA Lit Fest, I sincerely thank Mrs. Dwivedi, President AWWA, for gracing the occasion despite her busy schedule, and welcome all the participants of Lit Fest. From time immemorial, men in uniform have excelled in field of literature from Socrates to Tolstoy to Hemingway. However, the experiences of the families who shared the tribulations and torments, as well as the joys and jubilations of the men in uniform, are not so well documented. Army wives and families crisscross the nation along with their spouses, relocating the household every 2 years and sometimes even more frequently. They often spend years alone or as a single parent. When men are away on borders, they learn to laugh even in the most difficult circumstances and quietly shed tears for the dear ones जो लौट के घर ना आए. All of them have unique experiences, yet shared understandings. They have a vast range of stories to tell. Abhivyakti is a platform for wives and families of the men in uniform to tell their stories. It is an endeavor of AWWA to showcase the literary prowess of established authors as well as the budding writers, who are wives and families of men in uniform. Most importantly, it is an event to encourage and motivate AWWA fraternity, to share their intriguing experiences and to narrate their stories to the world at large. Over the next 3 days, we have planned a number of events. There are panel discussions on issues very contemporary and close to the hearts of Army wives. There are 16 book launches of AWWA authors. We have workshops on creative writing and storytelling to kindle the imagination of children and budding writers. There are interactions with authors and celebrities. To make Abhivyakti memorable, we have endeavored to bring together a large number of renowned authors, novelists, poets, and eminent personalities, mostly with a background of army. Alongside, we have a number of book stalls by publishing houses. We have also organized an exhibition by the AWWA entrepreneurs to showcase their wide-ranging talents and multifaceted skills. Though focusing on literature and finer things in life, we have not forgotten that AWWA starts with the army. So we have on display a large number of military weapons and equipment for wives to understand and appreciate the task of army men, and for children to get motivated to join army and serve the nation. In the end, I conclude by once again thanking Mrs. Dwivedi and all our guests, and by welcoming all the participants and our AWWA family to Abhivyakti Season 4.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing such uplifting thoughts and ideas and the program for the next few days. We are truly honored to have with us today the esteemed actor and versatile artist, Mr. Boman Irani, as our keynote speaker. Known for his profound storytelling and his ability to bring characters to life, Mr. Irani has inspired millions with his talent and authenticity. I welcome Mr. Boman Irani to come up on the stage and share some profound words.
Good morning, everyone. You know, when we were taking photographs, ladies, you all are very excited. Suddenly there's no excitement. What the hell happened? You know, when I go home every evening after work, my wife gives me a warmer welcome, okay? So come on, let's hear it.
Let's put our hands together.
And I've been married 40 years, make no mistake. So first of all, so wonderful to be here. This setting really, truly inspires me, makes me feel very proud, makes me feel very good about myself. Yesterday, Sandhu Saab, when I got out of the car, yesterday evening, I said something that came out of my mouth spontaneously, and I said, I do not know what I have done to deserve this. I really don't. I am so honored and feel so privileged that someone thinks that I am good enough to address all of you in this most beautiful setting and this wonderful station that means so much to so many people and the country at large. Let's hear it. Mrs. Sunita Dwivedi and Mrs. Shuchi Katyar, thank you very much for putting this all together. And I know you'll be very happy if I say this, and I'm saying this on your behalf. That's not possible with just two people doing it. I think it's a whole slew and an army of wonderful people who have put this together and make this a most, most beautiful event. I'm proud to be here. Thank you very much, ma'am. So let me begin. I think half of you don't know who I am and what I do. Why are you laughing, boss? Please, come on. Everybody knows who I am? Can I hear that a little louder? Does everybody really know who I am? Okay, take it easy. But I have a lovely anecdote that I start the session with. I'm here to speak for about 2.5 hours, I've been told.
All yours. The stage is all yours.
You'll regret it, my dear.
If the audience is there, the stage is all yours.
You'll regret it, my dear. Anyway. So I always start with this little anecdote of how one must never assume anything in life. I assume nothing. I cannot assume that every single person sitting over here has watched a movie of mine or know what I do in life. And I'll tell you, this was the little story behind why I changed my mind about that. I was on a flight, an early morning flight, which I do very often. It's not very often you walk into a flight and get to see Miss Pooja Batra sitting over there, so gorgeous. Give her a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. So lovely. And I'm sitting there quietly, early in the morning, minding my own business, and I like to wish people as they come onto the flight. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. I do that. Pooja, you saw that yesterday, right? And in the aero bridge, I heard a voice, a very loud, rude voice. That went, you can hear that echoing happening, and you're saying, who is this rude man disturbing the peace? He was talking on the phone. We've heard that kind of guy before, right? Yeah, some of us have done it too, so let's not. But he came into the aircraft, and he spotted me, and he went crazy. And for a minute, I was very chuffed. I felt very good about myself. He's my favorite actor. My all-time favorite actor. He wouldn't stop. And I'm sitting over there looking down. I was looking at my shoelaces. I didn't know what to do with myself. Saying, my सबसे favorite. I was telling the guy on the phone, मेरा सबसे favorite actor, मेरा सबसे favorite actor, मैं बात करवाता हूँ. I said, मुझे बात नहीं करनी है तुम्हारे दोस्त के साथ. And he looked at me and he froze. And words stopped coming out of his mouth. Finally, he came all the way up to me. He bent down low and he whispered in my ear for the whole aircraft to hear. And he said, "Arey bhai sahab, lekin aapka naam kya hai?" From that day on, ladies and gentlemen, I never assume anything. Yeah. My name is Boman Irani and I'm an actor. So beautiful to be here, just making sure. She's taking a video of me from there, from that side. Ma'am, you'll only get my tummy. Lo na, usme kya hai? Take it. No, I caught her, I know. Go ahead, I'm joking, of course. What tummy? What are you talking about here? So here we are to inaugurate this wonderful literature festival. And I'm a shy person, believe it or not. I was telling the ladies a little earlier, believe it or not, I'm a very shy person. I never spoke as a child. Would you believe it? And here I am, brave enough to say I'm willing to speak to you for 2.5 hours. I never spoke. I beg your pardon. When I was born posthumously. Posthumously, I didn't know the meaning of it till I became a big grown-up man. Posthumously means after the death of. I came into this world not knowing what a man is. Can you believe it? Because I was surrounded by women. My mother, my 3 sisters before me, my masis, my chachis, my buajis, there were about 84 of them. 84 of them all over me, protecting me and telling me the word that I hated, bichara. Yeah? And that affects you because you feel there's something wrong with you. And I'm saying, what's wrong with me? I'm a healthy little kid, but I was afraid of men. Because when I was old enough, a man walked into the room, my neighbor's father, and he used this bass voice and said, hey, it was not Amitabh Bachchan, don't worry. I got scared. I was not used to the male voice and the male presence. And that made me even shyer. What was worse, my friends, was that I had a speech defect. I spoke with a stutter, a stammer, a squeak, and a lisp, very much like virus. So I'll do a little knuckle of the little bichara Baman when he was, say, 2.5 years old. And he would speak like this. I should speak like that. And people found it cute, but they used to smile, and I thought they're mocking me. And for that very reason, I stopped speaking. I stopped speaking. So much so that when I went to St. Mary's School for my examination, for my oral examination to get me the entrance exam, I did not give any answers. I never spoke. Simply because the photograph he showed me in the test was that of a horse. I would have had to say, hoff, hoff, hoff. And I got scared. He showed me the next photograph. It was that of a mouse. I would have had to say, mouth. So I didn't answer. That afraid was I. I did not get admission in St. Mary's School. But 10 days later, Father Molinet called up my mother and said, Mrs. Irani, we are educationists. And this is so important, okay? This is so important for all of us to take note of what happened. And he told my mother, humbly, which child does not know what a horse is? Which child does not know what a mouse is? Your son is anxious. He's got anxiety problems. We will give him admission, send him to school, we'll make a man out of him. These things change the trajectory of any human being's life. Having faith in people, having faith in humanity, having faith in children. Do not think that if your children is not matching the mathematical score of your neighbor's son, who is scoring 98.987 or whatever the hell that is, don't lose faith in your children. Maybe someday he'll be a writer. It doesn't have to be a mathematician. Maybe someday he'll be a Sachin Tendulkar. He does not have to be a rocket scientist. Maybe someday he'll be a humble actor like me. Well, it could be. Having said that, I had a lot of learning disabilities, to say the least. A hell of a lot of them, including dyscalculia. Have you heard of dyscalculia? Okay, numbers and maths and basic arithmetic don't make sense to me at all. Dyslexia, dyscalculia, you've heard of it, right? Amir Khan taught us that in his movie Tare Zameen Par. I think that is one hell of a literary experience of cinema, because it taught people something that they thought there was something wrong with their children, but there isn't. There isn't. Let your children grow and blossom the way they decide, not how you decide. I say this humbly, guys. Someone was telling me the other day, I want my son to join the army. It would be great if he did, but if he didn't, Would it make him any less of your son? Would he be a lesser son? No. Would he not excel somewhere else? Sure he will. So, well, life goes on, and I somehow managed to pass the 10th standard. I somehow managed. However, in this period, this is my mother, and I'm so glad to introduce to all of you a mother. And there are lots of mothers in this room. And my mother was a widow at the age of 31. At the age of 31, we are familiar with that situation and scenario here. AWWA knows best, right? And my mother was looking at me and wondering what this little kid is going to do to turn her life around. What's he going to do to turn her life around? He's shy, he's got anxiety, he's got dyslexia, he's got dyscalculia. My dyscalculia is still very bad, just by the way. I do not remember numbers. Someone is smiling over there. Anyone else suffering from dyscalculia like I do? I don't remember my room number. Yes, sir. Senior man over there. I do not remember a room number, the hotel room number. My assistant has to keep telling me the room number 20 times, and I still go to the wrong room. Sometimes I do that on purpose, but it's a family crowd. Take a laugh, man. Come on, laugh out loud, man. So what's this kid going to do for me? She didn't think of herself. She thought of me. And that's why I employ, there are so many women and mums here in the room. It's your child, it's the child, it's his trajectory, it's his or her life. Let them choose what they want. And this is what my mother did. I was in St. Mary's, I was on stage. It was annual day, something like this, all right? Hello, yeah. It was something like this. And you're not taking the video anymore. You got, come on, take it, I'll feel bad. It was why have they put me a podium for me? It was something like this, and I was somewhere here on the stage, in the choir, with rouge, lipstick, and a big red paper bow. Don't do that to your kids, I swear. Anyway, it was sweet. It was sweet. And I'm standing there. We stand like this when we're in the choir. And my mom is sitting somewhere over there. Not you, you're too young, don't worry. My mom is sitting somewhere over there, and she is smiling away. Smiling, and I think that she's gone potty, you know. Something's gone wrong with her. Why is she smiling so much? I'm standing there on stage, on cue, we sing our line, la 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 la, and the song is over, we feel great. After the performance, after the evening was over, and the prizes were given away, I go up to my mom, and in the taxi I'm asking her, Mommy, why were you smiling so much? And guess what she said? Saying, I was smiling so much, beta, because you were smiling. For once. And now she figures out, why was I smiling? I'm going to take center stage for that. I'll tell you why she figured out I was smiling. Because in her head, ladies and gentlemen, she figured out where my nursery really was. On stage. She figured that out. She figured out where I was blossoming, feeling happy, smiling, singing, sharing, losing my inhibition, becoming a little scared kid, becoming a bit of a tiger, because over here you feel you've got some kind of power. I love the wooden stage, my friends. I love the sound. I love the lights. There's natural light today. And there's no secret about this one. I love an audience. So, the point my mother made that day, and she made a decision, she's not going to whack me for not getting 2 + 2, which is 22, right? She sent me to a speech therapist. She sent me to drama classes. She got me enlisted in a club called the Time and Talents Club to watch visiting performers, and she would send me for recitals. She made sure that I was on stage, and something that might shock you all. If you're conservative, you'll be even more shocked. She sent me to the movies every day. She understood that I understood the language of cinema, and that's the language that I would speak in, breathe in, and till this day, at the young age of 65, continue to speak in the language of cinema. She would send me to watch a movie every night in a theater which was bang opposite our home. It was called the Alexander Cinema. And she would say, what's running at the Alexander today? I would say, Piazza. Saying, go see it. I said, Mom, I saw it last night. He said, go and see it again. Go and see it again. It was like YouTube. Repetition to understand that Piazza, a classic by Gurudutt, had everything in it as far as an education is concerned, whether it's literature, poetry, which we will be enjoying over the next 3 days, performance, lighting, art direction, ethos, logos, pathos. Everything that Aristotle would have said. Everything was in the movies. And she kept sending me, even as a little kid, to understand movies that maybe at the time I did not understand, but I sucked into them. She used to sit at a wafer shop. Shall I go back to the podium, or it's fine here? Are you taking the video or not? I'm giving you one more shot at it. Take the video, come on, man. So I'll tell you another little anecdote about, this conversation is about your children. And this conversation is about literature. This conversation is about all things that are artistic. And that's why we're here today. This conversation is not about me. Make no mistake about it. Anyway, my mother was a shopkeeper. She had a dukan, which my father was running before he passed. It was in debt, because my father's illness took away a lot of the attention of the household, and a lot of money was siphoned away. We owe people a lot of money, and the medical bills went through the roof. But when she started at the wafer shop, she sat there and she asked everyone, how much do we owe you? Please put it down. And people said, people are going to take advantage of you, Mrs. Irani. They're going to claim money that was not owed to them. She's saying, I don't care. Because after I have paid off anyone and I take my children to the movies or for dinner somewhere, I don't want anyone to say, you see that family going in the car? They owe us money. I don't want that ever to be heard again. That was the kind of woman that brought me up. And I was sitting at the shop. I was about 11 or 12 years old, and I had seen every conceivable movie that was ever released before my birth and after my birth. She would send me to the movies my father enjoyed. This is your dad's favorite movie. Your dad used to laugh through the movie, and he loved it so much. And she would send me to those movies and the reruns. And my dad's friend visited one day. No, he would visit every week, actually. Let's remember his name. His name was Farood Uncle. Farood Uncle. And Farood Uncle would sit over there and ask my mom questions. How's it going? Has the debt come down? How's the business? How's the sales? And she would be sitting at the galla. I don't know if you're familiar with this term called galla. And she would be dispensing money, taking money and giving back change. And Farood Uncle said, what's running at the novelty cinema? Now the novelty cinema was the back wall, or rather the screen wall of the novelty cinema was the bhatti wall of our wafer shop. You could literally touch that wall and hear the vibration of the sound from the big novelty cinema speakers. And he asked, what's running at the novelty cinema? And before my mother could answer, a voice squeaked out and said, El Cid. El Cid, a classic movie with Charlton Heston. You must have seen some of his films. And Sophia Loren, don't we remember her? And he turned and said, you've seen El Cid? I said, yes, Farood Uncle. Really? I said, yes. It's like, why would you see El Cid? What would you understand? He was not mocking me, just by the way. I was too young to understand these things any case. And he said, I wish I could watch the film. And my mother said, Baman will take you. Really? This little fella is going to take you to watch El Cid? He says, great. My mother empowered me. This story is about empowering your children, ladies and gentlemen. My mother empowered me that morning to take Farooq uncle and tell him the story as it unraveled on screen in his ear. Why did I have to do that? Because Farooq uncle was blind. And my mother thought I would be the best person to tell him the story as it unraveled. That's empowerment. From that day on, I knew what I was going to do. It took very long, but I'm going to be telling stories, acting as characters on the stage, and eventually on screen, and eventually writing and directing. And people ask me, are you done yet? I said, no, I'm not done yet. I've learned, and I continue to learn how to write, and I'll tell you a little more about that before I sign off. And I will direct and tell stories that mean something to people. I just want to speak off before my 2.5 hours are over, before I finish telling you that during the pandemic, lots of lives were affected by the pandemic. It was like a war. I mean, you may not agree with me, but for the common citizen, it was like a war. I mean, what's going on? And I was writing my film at that point of time, a film, and I don't want to plug it, please. And youngsters used to call me to ask me advice on their scripts. I started talking to them on the phone, and I was repeating myself, and it was getting tiresome. And they said, why are you repeating yourself to me and then to the other guy and to the other guy? Why don't we do what is called, I don't know if you've heard of this, a Zoom call. You know what a Zoom call is? What the hell is that? Saying we can all sit, look into a monitor, and speak at the same time. I said, really? All right. And 4 faces came up on that Zoom call, and they said, can we bring our friends over the next day? And 4 became 10, 10 became 20 on the 3rd day, and exponentially, we've grown to 1,400 since. This is a bunch of writers, also actors, who should understand the power of the written word. Cinematographers, eminent ones, who should also understand that they aren't just lighting a face. They're telling a story through light and framing. Production designers who say we don't have to just put up a house and say this is a house in the 1950s. No, it is a house of a character. So they understand from the script what how a house should be designed. And we have grown, it's an organization, it's where I teach. We have finished, since that pandemic, as of now, 750 plus sessions online. And I just want to say, and I want to tell all the writers in the room and the non-writers in the room, people who may have aspirations of being writers, that this is anyone is welcome. Each and every one of you. No questions will be asked. There is no entrance examination. There is no fee. It is free. Anyone can join Spiral Bound and become writers or whatever else you'd like to do in the movie business. And I'll tell you why this is important. And I'll tell you why the written word is important. The great Billy Wilder once said, where do you think I shoot out of? No, it's not a telephone directory. It's a script that takes years and years to write. And that is the power of the word, literature, and the cinematic experience of writing on a screenplay. I just am so proud. This is the proudest thing I've ever done in my life. The proudest thing I've ever done in my life, simply because I do believe that India The army, I can tell you, the army can give us stories for the next 50 years. Just army of soldiers' wives, of fallen heroes, of misunderstood people, of the enemy, whatever, of a kind enemy. I don't know. But we have so many stories that are great, but anecdotally, they can be fantastic. But cinematically, when they have to be broken down into scenes, structured under 2 hours, there is a science that is required to understand that. So, it is so important that the written word is written well. And also, let's not forget, with the theory that the great Aristotle has taught us. I would recommend for all writers to read a small little book. It's called Aristotle's Poetics. I read that book almost every month. And in that book, I managed to understand maybe one new line every single time. It's so damn deep. But it teaches you something and tells you how little we know. Finally, even though you may understand structure, character arcs, dialogue, description, acting, whatever, if you do not understand the soul of a human being, don't even start writing. You have to understand human beings. Today, I have understood a little more about myself. I have understood how important it is that even though I trivialize the work that we do in cinema, I trivialize, what am I doing? I go on the screen, I act, I go home, I go to the studio, I go home, I go to sleep, I'm tired. But 20 years later, if you're still talking about Munna Bhai, it has an effect on all of us, right? It has had an effect on all of us. So one must not discount it. Your written word, my friends, will have an effect on all of us for time immemorial. You mentioned the great Boris Pasternak. Somebody mentioned Ernest Hemingway. It's timeless. And finally, 2.5 hours, right? Is my time, am I up? Am I up for time? 20 minutes up? No? Go on, no problem. I didn't even take no for an answer. Somebody said, no, it's up, it's up. I said, okay, no, I'm going on. I'll just tell you a little anecdote of how I got into the movies. I did theater for 14 years. And then one fine day, Ram Madhwani comes and tells me, I've got a movie to make. I said, great, time to make some money. So he called me and we shot a movie which we wrote for 1.5 years. For 1.5 years we wrote, rewrote it, acted it, wrote, rewrote, unwrote it, and finally shot it in 7 days. A movie called Let's Talk. You haven't heard of it, trust me. It never got released, okay? We shot the movie and I went and asked him, so when are we releasing the movie? He said, no, we were never going to release the movie. It was shot on a Handycam. A Handycam is 100 times less powerful than your iPhone, but we shot it nevertheless. I said, then why did we make this movie? And why does it matter so much? He said, because our names will be on it. Our names will be on it. Don't you ever forget that. Anyway, we forgot about the movie. But while the movie was being edited, there was a famous producer-director who was editing his film. And he was watching his monitor and he kept staring at the monitor, but he was distracted by this Parsi actor on the next monitor being edited over there. He's saying, ye ganda picture kiska hai? Because it was shot pretty roughly, okay? He's saying, this picture ka naam hai Let's Talk. Acha, ye actor kaun hai? Saying, Baman Irani. Parsi hai? Haan. Hindi bolta hai? Pata nahi. Bhejo mere paas. He went to his house. He gave me 2 lakhs. He gave me a check of 2 lakh rupees. I said, what is this for? He said, मेरी अगली पिक्चर के लिए, मेरी अगली कहानी के लिए. मेरे आपकी अगली पिक्चर कौन सी है? आपकी अगली कहानी कौन सी है? मेरे पास कहानी ही नहीं है, मेरे पास पिक्चर ही नहीं है. I said, तो आप मुझे पैसे क्यों दे रहे हैं? क्योंकि, and this hit me and empowered me. He said, when you start making Hindi movies and I come to you for dates, you won't give me dates. You know why? Because you'll be the busiest actor. I said, really? After you're saying this thing? He says, yes, believe it. He said, Al Pacino said, if you're good, they'll come searching for you in Siberia. Really? Okay. 8 months later, my eyes are hurting. 8 months later, he calls me. And he said, Yara, kahani mil gayi, kamal ki kahani hai, kahani mil gayi. You guess who I'm imitating right now. Kamal ki kahani hai, kamal ki kahani. I said, really? Picture banegi hamari picture? Saying, हाँ, पैसे दिए हैं 2 लाख रुपए. Of course, I didn't deposit the check. I said, कहानी का नाम क्या है? He said, Munna Bhai MBBS. Think about it. Munna Bhai MBBS I got because of a film called Let's Talk that nobody saw except him. Think about it. So when you write, please don't worry that it did not got onto the bestseller list. Somebody will read it, and if it's good, somebody will pick on it, and it will get its due if it's good. I said, I hated the name, by the way, Munna Bhai MBBS. What kind of a rotten name is that, Munna Bhai MBBS? He said, I said, कहानी क्या है? He said, एक गुंडा है, वो डॉक्टर बनना चाहता है. I said, एक गुंडा है, डॉक्टर बनना चाहता है. What nonsense कहानी is this? I'm saying to myself, of course. A गुंडा डॉक्टर बनना चाहता है. Sounds ridiculous, right? But that's what stories should be. Our protagonists, remember this, my writer friends, your protagonists should aim and want something that's insurmountable. If they do not have an insurmountable goal, then your character is not worthy of our attention. Munna Bhai was. मेरा रोल क्या है? तू एक डॉक्टर है और सॉरी तो एक डॉक्टर है और तू पूरे पिक्चर में हंसते रहेगा ऐसा. I found her the most ridiculous character on the planet. He said, तेरे को समझ में नहीं आएगा, तू जाके राजू को मिल. I said, who's Raju now? Raju turns out to be one guy called Rajkumar Hirani, shy man tugging at his shirt, and he told me this beautiful story which I just fell in love with. You know why? Because the main character did something that was insurmountable, a goal that was like Sisyphus carrying the rock all the way up to the mountain. That's what our story should be like. Ratatouille. Have you seen Ratatouille? Yeah, Ratatouille is about a rat. A rat is not allowed in the kitchen. It would be poisoned or whacked on his head and killed. But not only did he want to be in the kitchen and live in the kitchen, he wanted to be the world's greatest chef. Our stories should be like that. That should be the want and the goal of our protagonists. Otherwise, we aren't quite interested. Anyway, we made the film in record budget and record time, and nobody went to see it. Believe me, opening night, nobody went to see it. 2 nights, it was declared a flop. Would you believe it? It's true. I went to the Maratha Mandir theater. I'm seeing a half-empty theater. Back in the day, single screens would always be full on opening night. But nobody was there to watch this beautiful film. And I said, no, it has to work. I came out, I stood on the footpath, and I heard a voice. And the voice went thus. Hey, Mamu. Niche dekh. There was a lady sitting on the footpath, very rough-looking lady in a sari. She tucked some money in her blouse like that and she looked at me and gave me the compliment that I will never forget. I loved hearing her compliment. She looked at me, gave me a flying kiss, and said, Mamu, kya kamal ka acting kiya? Are Mamu tune? I said, oh my God, my fan. And it excites me when people say you have so much of patience taking pictures with everybody. It's because when that lady paid me a compliment, I loved it. And I loved my first fan. Why should I push the rest of the fans away saying I don't have the patience for you? And then she said something that blew my mind completely. She said, Mamu, बहुत पैसा कमाएंगे हम लोग. I said, what? बहुत पैसा कमाएंगे हम लोग. I said, कैसे? I thought she was a distributor or a producer who had 5 or 6 flops and she's on the street now. I said, कैसे? अरे मामू, मैं ब्लैक में टिकट बेचती हूँ. मुझे सब मालूम पड़ता है. कौन सी पिक्चर डूब जाएगी, कौन सी पिक्चर उठेगी, और ये पिक्चर लोग भूलेंगे नहीं, सालों साल तक नहीं भूलेंगे. And those prophetic words, I called up Raju and I said, Raju, हमारी पिक्चर हिट हो गई. I said, कौन बोला? तारा नदर्श बोला, ये वाला बोला, ये सिनेमा ट्रेड गाइड. He saying, नहीं, कौन बोला? ब्लैक मार्केटर. तू पागल हो गया, ब्लैक मार्केटर की बात सुनता है. And her words were true. You have to understand the heart of the people. You can't just say that I'm a literary giant and I don't understand people and the human condition. She understood it. And the movie picked up. And the movie went on to win many awards and continue to be loved and be beloved. With that beautiful moment in my life, I thank you all. I thank you all. Sandhu Saab, thank you very much. Gil Saab, where are you, sir? God bless you for giving me this honor. It truly is an honor. Undeserving as I may think I am, but you may think otherwise. God bless you all. Have a great festival. And whatever I said today was not about me. It was only about literature and the wonderful work of women, as evidenced by how I mentioned my father, and need I say, my darling wife too. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boman Irani. Those were really beautiful insights into your life, and I'm sure everyone has gathered something out of it. I request Mrs. Sunita Dwivedi, President AWWA, to please come up on the stage and felicitate Mr. Boman Irani. A big round of applause, please. Let's hear some claps. Those were indeed beautiful words by Mr. Irani. Please give a big round of applause to Mr. Irani. Let's hear some claps, guys. Please be seated. Please, ma'am. Mr. Irani, please take a seat on the stage. Please remain on the stage. We also have ladies from the AWWA family being conferred with Achievers Award for their relentless effort and distinguished contribution. First, we have Mrs. Veerpal, wife of Havaldar Gurpreet Singh from 24 Punjab, for her dedication towards AWWA activities. Please keep clapping. That would be really motivating to all of us. Mrs. Veerpal, let me hear some loud claps. Thank you. Next, we have Mrs. Aarti Patil, wife of Naib Subedar Patil Amol from 70 Engineers, for her relentless efforts toward AWWA activities. Let's give her a big hand. Let's give her a big hand again. Thank you so much. May I request the guests to please seat on the stage? Please be seated on the stage. Mrs. Meenu Tripathi is a celebrated Hindi storyteller who has authored numerous collections and won many prestigious awards. She actively participates in many literary and cultural events, and for her relentless efforts, she was honored with the Women of Substance Award as well. Today, she is here to launch her book, Ale. So let's put our hands together and welcome Mrs. Meenu Tripathi. And now we proceed with the formal launch of the book Ale by President AWWA, Mr. Boman Irani, and Regional President AWWA, Western Command. Claps, please. The book Ale by Ms. Meenu Tripathi. We have the books on the stall for all you to possess later. Thank you so much. Now, I request Mrs. Shuchi Katyar, Regional President AWWA, Western Command, to please felicitate Mrs. Sunitha Dwivedi, President AWWA, for her gracious presence. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being here with us. Thank you so much, ma'am. And now I request our esteemed guests to please visit the entrepreneurs and the book stalls. And may I request the audience to please remain seated. Thank you. Poetry is the language at its most distilled and most powerful. You can find poetry in your everyday life, your memory, or just in what's in your heart. So today, we have with us Colonel Iqbal Singh Arora, who is going to share his lovely poetic lines with us. Colonel Iqbal is a passionate and soulful poet who has beautifully composed his thoughts in the form of poetry. So without any delay, let me call upon Colonel Iqbal with his best creations. A request to the audience to remain seated. Colonel Iqbal Arora. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the poet a big hand. He has got beautiful lines for you, which you're going to relate to your everyday life. Colonel Iqbal.
गुड मॉर्निंग लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन। सबसे पहले तो शुक्रिया एमसी महोदय आपका कि इतने भारी भरकम शब्दों से आपने जो भूमिका बांधी है उसके लिए। मगर मैं आप सबको यकीन दिलाना चाहता हूं कि मेरे भूमिका में जो शब्द होंगे वो शायद भारी हैं, मगर मैं बहुत हल्का फुल्का। मेरी कविताएं बहुत हल्की फुल्की, मैं आपके लिए कोई शाही बिरयानी या दम पुलाव नहीं लेकर आया हूँ। मैं जो आपके लिए लेकर आया हूँ वो है घर के दाल चावल आम के अचार के साथ, क्योंकि मेरा मानना है कि जो खूबसूरत होता है वो सरल होता है, बिल्कुल प्रेम की तरह, और जहाँ प्रेम वहाँ त्याग अवश्य होता है। और त्याग के बारे में मैं आप सबको आपसे बेहतर नहीं बता सकता, क्योंकि आप मेरे सामने वो बैठे हैं जो 11 महीने प्रतीक्षा करते हैं अपने प्रेम की, और 1 महीने में जी भर के उसे प्रेम कर लेते हैं, जी भर के। तो इसलिए आज मेरी जो अभिव्यक्ति होगी वो बिल्कुल वैसे होगी जैसे आप हैं। कहने का मतलब मैं आपका हिस्सा बन जाऊंगा कुछ पलों के लिए। ये जिस्म जो आपको दिखाई दे रहा है, हो सकता है ये एक ऑफिसर का हो, ये एक मर्द का हो, मगर इसके अंदर जो रूह दिखाई देने वाली है वो होगी एक फौजी स्त्री की, एक फौजी पत्नी की, जो प्रेम में है एक फौजी के। और आज उस फौजी की छुट्टी का आखिरी दिन है। वो शायद कहीं कारगिल या लद्दाख की पहाड़ियों में पोस्टेड है और आज उसकी छुट्टी का आखिरी दिन है। वो यूनिफॉर्म पहनकर तैयार हुआ और उसने अपना बैग बुलेट पर सेट किया। वेट, बुलेट पर क्यों? क्या वो जहां पोस्टेड है वहां पर गाड़ियां, हवाई जहाज या ट्रेन नहीं जाती? नहीं जाती है, मगर उसे बुलेट शायद इन सबसे ज्यादा पसंद है, शायद थोड़ी मुझसे भी ज्यादा। प्लीज गिव अ चीयर फॉर ऑल दोज हु हैव बुलेट एंड हु लव दिस बुलेट राइड। और आप में से वो सब इस कहानी से बहुत अच्छे से जुड़ पाएंगे जो अपने प्रेमी के साथ अपने यंग दिनों की याद करके कभी न कभी लेह लद्दाख गए होंगे। तो सीट की पेटी बांध लीजिए, क्योंकि मैं आपको लेके चलने वाला हूं उन्हीं पहाड़ियों में। आज उसकी छुट्टी का आखिरी दिन था। वो यूनिफॉर्म पहनकर तैयार हुआ और उसने अपना बैग बुलेट पर सेट किया, और जब मैं दरवाजे पर उसे छोड़ने आई तो बोला, चल ना तू भी साथ चल, चल ना तू भी साथ चल। कलाई थाम कर अचानक छुट्टी से लौटते वक्त बोल पड़ा था वो, और निहारता हुआ मेरी आंखों में, मेरे लबों से जवाब के इंतजार में खड़ा था वो बोला कुछ इस कदर अल्फाजों से तस्वीरें बनाकर कि मैं ना हाँ कह सकी ना मना कर पाई। बस बैठ गई उसकी बुलेट पर बिना बैक रेस्ट के और अपना वजूद उसके हवाले कर आई। वो ले गया मुझे उड़ाकर कहीं उन वादियों में जिन्हें लोग लद्दाख कहते हैं। वो ले गया मुझे उड़ाकर उन वादियों में जिन्हें लोग लद्दाख कहते हैं। वो दरख्त इश्क था शायद, मोहब्बत का कोई पेड़, मुझे आज भी लोग उसी की शाख कहते हैं। जाड़े बहुत थे वहाँ, जाड़े बहुत थे वहाँ, ठंड थी, ठिठुरना लाजमी था, मगर शुक्र है वो लकड़ियों से अलाव जलाने का हुनर जानता था, मिटाने सर्दियों की कपकपाहट को। वो जिस्मों को पश्मीना बनाने का हुनर जानता था। ठंडी तेज हवाओं से बिखर गई थी जुल्फें मेरी, ठंडी तेज हवाओं से बिखर गई थी जुल्फें मेरी, मगर शुक्र है वो उंगलियों को कंघियां बनाने का हुनर जानता था। सांसों की भी जरा कमी थी वहां पर, मगर शुक्र है वो मुझ जैसे इश्क के मरीज को चंद सांसों की बोतल चढ़ाने का हुनर जानता था। सफर लंबा था, मनाली और रोहतांग दर्रे को पार करते करते थकावट होने लगी थी। आप सब में से बहुतों को याद आया होगा ट्रांजिट कैंप पलचन, आई एम श्योर। सफर लंबा था, मनाली, ट्रांजिट कैंप पलचन और रोहतांग दर्रे को पार करते करते थकावट होने लगी थी। कई बार लगा थक कर गिर जाऊंगी, लेकिन जब भी बहकने लगती थी जोर से थाम लेती थी उसके कंधों को और उसके कंधे के सितारों को, जिन्होंने मुझे कभी गिरने नहीं दिया, ना ही बुलेट से और ना ही जिंदगी में। थक गई थी मगर सुकून मिल गया लकड़ियों से बनी इस छोटी सी खूबसूरत हट में पहुंचकर, जो उसने मेरे लिए पहले से चुन कर रखी थी। दिन के सफर से थके हुए जिस्म पर वो मरहम सी लगाता रहा रात भर छुअन अपनी, और कुछ कविताओं को मेहंदी सा घोंट कर मेरी रूह की बाहों पर लगाता रहा वो छुअन अपनी। रात कब गुजरी मानो इल्म ही ना हुआ, रात कब गुजरी मानो इल्म ही ना हुआ। जब सुबह पक्षियों की चहक से आंखें खुली तो सब कुछ बदल चुका था। उसकी तपिश बाकी थी, मगर वो ओझल कहीं गायब हो चुका था। वो मैंने उसे खोजना चाहा किसी ख्वाब की तरह, मगर वो कहीं नहीं मिल रहा था। मैंने उसे यहाँ ढूंढा, वहाँ ढूंढा, बिस्तर के उस कोने में ढूंढा, पर्दों के पीछे ढूंढा, पलंग के नीचे ढूंढा, कमरे के कोने वाली सेज पर ढूंढा, मेरे पास पड़ी हुई तभी मेज पर मुझे खत नजर आया। शायद अदरक से महकती हुई चाय के प्याले की छांव में मैं कांपती हुई ये सोचकर कि क्या लिखा होगा, सिहरन थी मेरे हाथों में और थरथराहट थी पाँव में। खैर मैं उठी और चादर से बदन को ढांकते हुए कांपती उंगलियों से खत को पढ़ने लगी। आंखों से टपकते आंसुओं को रोकने की जंग में खुद के अंदर खुद से ही थी लड़ने लगी, क्योंकि लिख कर गया था वो स्याह लाल रंग से कि सुनो पूजा, मैं कुछ जरूरी काम से सरहद पर जा रहा हूं। शायद जंग दोबारा लगी है, जिंदा रहा तो फिर वापस आऊंगा। तब तक तुम ख्याल रखना मेरी इस बुलेट का, क्योंकि ये अमानत है मेरी, और खत पढ़ने वाली इस लड़की का भी, क्योंकि ये इबादत है मेरी, इबादत है मेरी, इबादत है मेरी। और आज तक मैं उसी का इंतजार कर रही हूं, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि आप, मैं और मेरे अंदर की जो रूह अभी है एक फौजी पत्नी वाली, हम चांद की तरह होते हैं। मतलब मैं चांद की तरह खूबसूरत किसी एंगल से नहीं दिखता, मगर हम चांद की तरह जिंदगी जीते हैं। हर एक चांद आप जानते हैं कैसे जीता है? डार्क फेस, लाइट फेस, कृष्ण पक्ष और शुक्ल पक्ष, बिल्कुल वैसे ही होती है एक फौजी की पत्नी की जिंदगी। 11 महीने का कृष्ण पक्ष और 1 महीने का शुक्ल पक्ष। उसकी छुट्टी के आखिरी दिन से 3 दिन पहले से स्टार्ट होता है ये कृष्ण पक्ष, और उसकी छुट्टी की पहली खबर आने तक चलता है ये कृष्ण पक्ष, और फिर शुरू होता है वो 1 महीने का शुक्ल पक्ष। आप जानते हैं डार्क फेस कैसे निकालती होंगी पत्नियां? उनका एक सबसे फेवरेट तकिया कलाम होता है, जब तुम आओगे ना। किस किस को ये कनेक्ट होगा कि जब वो फोन पर कहता है तुम दिवाली मना लो, तुम होली मना लो, तुम एनिवर्सरी मना लो, तुम वहां शॉपिंग करने जाओ, और आप जवाब देते हैं करेंगे जब तुम आओगे ना। If you connect, please clap for this line, जब तुम आओगे ना, because this gives power to every फौजी पत्नी who's sitting here, फौजी पत्नी हो या किसी ने जिससे फौजी से प्रेम किया हो या सिर्फ उसकी महज प्रेमिका हो। और वो कहती है कि दरवाजे पर तुम्हारी राह में टकटकी लगाए मिलूंगी, इतने समय बाद आओगे तो जाहिर है शर्म के घूंघट में थोड़ा सा तो लजाए मिलूंगी, जब तुम आओगे ना। आंखें नम लिए हुए गले लगाने तुम्हें बाहें फैलाए मिलूंगी, बस कहीं वापसी का संदेश ना आ जाए सरहद से पिछली बार की तरह, ये सोचकर थोड़ा सा तो घबराए मिलूंगी, जब तुम आओगे ना। This poem I had written when I was commanding in Galwan Valley in 2020, and I came back taking 7 days of leave, and in 4 days a call came, the situation again deteriorating, and please come back. So तब ये लाइन लिखी थी कि आंखें नम लिए हुए गले लगाने तुम्हें बाहें फैलाए मिलूंगी, बस कहीं पिछली बार की तरह वापसी का संदेश ना आ जाए सरहद से, ये सोचकर थोड़ा सा तो घबराए मिलूंगी, जब तुम आओगे ना। करवा चौथ पर जो साड़ी तुमने तब भेजी थी ना, वो अब सजाए मिलूंगी। दिवाली पर जो दिए तुम्हारे साथ जलाने थे मैंने तब, 31 तारीख को वो अब धनतेरस की ताली में सजाए मिलूंगी, जब तुम आओगे ना। होली का पूरा रंग बचा है, होली का पूरा रंग बचा है, मुट्ठियों में भींचे पीछे छुपाए मिलूंगी। तुम्हारी मनपसंद गुजिया बनाना सीखी YouTube से, तुम्हारे आने पर नए सांचों में पहली बार बनाए मिलूंगी, जब तुम आओगे ना। हमारी शादी के वर्षगांठ के केक पर कैंडल्स नहीं लगाए अभी तक मैंने, हमारी एनिवर्सरी के केक पर कैंडल्स नहीं लगाए अभी तक मैंने। जो उपहार आए थे ना, जो गिफ्ट आए थे, वो सारे यूं ही बिखरे हुए हैं, उन्हें तुम्हारे साथ खोलने के लिए टेबल पर बिछाए मिलूंगी, जब तुम आओगे ना। इंतजार में टाल दिए थे कुछ फैसले, बेटे का एडमिशन, बिटिया का वैक्सीनेशन, मेरा इलाज, इन सब लटके हुए कामों की एक लंबी फेहरिस्त बनाए मिलूंगी जब तुम आओगे ना। पर अगर तुम नहीं आए ना, पर अगर तुम नहीं आए या आए कहीं तुम तिरंगे में लिपटे हुए तो देख लेना, रूठ कर मुंह फिराए मिलूंगी। पर अगर तुम नहीं आए या आए कहीं तुम तिरंगे में लिपटे हुए तो देख लेना कि रूठ कर मुंह फिराए मिलूंगी, बात भी नहीं करूंगी तुमसे और छोटी उंगली से कट्टी बनाए मिलूंगी। सबके सामने तो हीरो बनने के लिए गर्व से सलामी दे दूंगी तुम्हें और कहूंगी मुझे कितना फक्र है, मगर अकेले में तुमसे तमतमाए हुए आंखों में आंसू छुपाए मिलूंगी, आंखों में आंसू छुपाए मिलूंगी जब तुम आओगे ना। तुम आओगे ना, आना जरूर, क्योंकि मैं कई सालों से तुम्हारा इंतजार कर रही हूं। मैं, बच्चे और माँ बाबूजी सब तुम्हारा इंतजार कर रहे हैं। तुम उस दिन बुलेट पर गए थे और कहा था जिंदा रहूंगा तो वापस आऊंगा। आज 21 बरस हो गए, तुम वापस नहीं आए। तुम्हारा इंतजार है, उस दिन मुस्कुराऊंगी जब तुम आओगे ना। तुम आओगे ना, और मुझे यकीन है तुम आओगे, क्योंकि अगर तुम मेरे दिल में जिंदा हो तो तुम हर जगह जिंदा हो, हर जगह जिंदा हो, और तुमसे मैं जिंदा हूं, मैं। थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू सो मच।
Colonel Iqbal, you've touched our hearts and souls. That was really amazing, amazing. I have no words. Let's give him a very big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your claps which are required to motivate each and every one present here. So keep clapping, and now you may please proceed towards the areas for tea, and let me see you back at 11:35 for the next session. Thank you all. Thank you, and please enjoy your tea. Good morning. In the meantime, we also have the entrepreneur stalls, the book stalls, the author's lounge, and venue too. You may all explore that as well. But we have a whole list of programs lined up after 11:40, so please be here at 11:40. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
हेलो हेलो
Hello. Okay. Hello, mic texting. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I request you to come back for the next session. We are about to begin the next session. ठीक है, आवाज़ ठीक है, जोर से तो नहीं बोल रही ज़्यादा। Good morning once again. I request everyone to come back for the next session, that is a panel discussion. I'm sure you all must have enjoyed your cup of tea. I request everyone to settle down, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin within 5 minutes. I request everyone to please move to venue 1 and kindly be seated. पानी का बॉटल तो सुबह से खांसी नहीं है अभी
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Request the audience to kindly be seated, please. We will be starting with the next panel discussion next 5 minutes. I request all the officers who are responsible for the ushering and the escorts to kindly let the people know in the tea room that they kindly move out and please settle down for the next session.
जल गिल शुरू कर दूं वो जनरल में कितने लोग बैठे हैं रखना पड़ेगा शुरू कर दिया अपने Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Mrs. Sanghamitra Roy, welcome you back to Abhivyakti, AWWA Lit Fest Season 4 after the amazing session, morning session and the tea break. So we are all set for the next panel discussion. With pens like swords, they craft and create stories of strength, tales that resonate. Army spouses, bold, steadfast, and wise, their voices soar, their spirits rise. In celebrating their words and art, I announce the panel discussion on timeless voices, creating women writers and contribution of Army spouses. May I now introduce the panelists to you all. Anuja Chauhan is an Indian author, advertiser, and a screenwriter. Aditi Mathur, who is the author of Soldier and Spies and Operation Payback. Meenu Tripathi, a freelance Hindi author who has written more than 200 stories in Hindi, author of Kachi Mitti, Arjun and Neem, and we have all witnessed her morning session where she launched her book, Ali. I also welcome on stage Nitya Shukla, who is an editor, proofreader, translator with Highbrow Scribes Publication, New Delhi, and she is the moderator for this panel discussion. Over to you, Nitya.
थैंक यू संघमित्रा। शहर का तब्दील होना, शाद रहना, शहर का तब्दील होना, शाद रहना और महकना, रौनकें जितनी यहाँ हैं औरतों के दम से हैं। गुड मॉर्निंग, नमस्ते, सत श्री अकाल। मैं हूँ नित्या। Abhivyakti is not just the literature festival. It's a celebration of strength, talent, and versatility that define this remarkable community, us, the Army Wives, the proud AWWA members. Army wives surely know the magic of turning our not so ordinary lives into extraordinary stories. Their writings articulate the complexities of military life and emotional landscape they traverse. इन लेखिकाओं को बखूबी आता है कठिन से कठिन परिस्थितियों में सकारात्मक ऊर्जा को खंगालना और आपदा को अवसर में बदल देना. They navigate a life filled with uncertainty, yet continually rising and transform the challenges of military life into powerful narratives. साहित्य में महिलाओं का योगदान एक अमूल्य धरोहर है और यह कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि स्त्रियों से बेहतर भावनाओं को व्यक्त करने की क्षमता ईश्वर ने किसी को नहीं दी. प्रसिद्ध उपन्यासकार इस्मत चुगतई ने भी कहा था, किसी भी समाज की प्रगति का पैमाना उस समाज में औरतों की स्थिति और आवाज़ से लगाया जा सकता है. This profound statement highlights the importance of women's voices. स्त्रियों की लेखनी से निकली हर कहानी, हर कविता में उनकी आवाज़, दबी हुई आवाज़ छिपी हुई है. A voice that speaks of struggle, courage, and creativity that inspires us all. With today's discussion on timeless voices, our esteemed panelists are here to share their insights and stories, and perhaps a few surprises along the way. We are thrilled to have a distinguished group of panelists with us today. Firstly, I would like to call upon the stage the phenomenal author, Mrs. Anuja Chauhan. She is a true literary powerhouse and a proud Fauji daughter. Her upbringing in various cantonments has profoundly influenced her writing. She masterfully blends humor, heart, vibrant urban flair. Almost each of Anuja's 7 bestseller novels, including The Zoya Factor, Battle of Bittora, Baz, and Those Pricey Thakur Girls, have been adapted or taken by a production house. And you can see them on OTT platform or on silver screen. And let me tell you something, if you have watched Murder Mubarak on Netflix, the latest release, it is again the adaptation of her novel, Club You to Death. It is not that Anuja has got his recognition from her novels. If you have ever spoken Ye Dil Maage More, Tedha Hai Par Mera Hai, and nothing official about it, you are already speaking little bit of Anuja in your life. Her contribution to literature have earned her numerous accolades, including the Femina Women Achievers Award for Literary Contribution, and the recognition in MSN's list of top 50 most powerful women of India. Welcome, Anuja. आज की इस परिचर्चा में हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं वरिष्ठ साहित्यकार श्रीमती मीनू त्रिपाठी जी. मीनू जी आवा की सम्मानित सदस्य होने के साथ साथ एक प्रतिष्ठित, प्रतिभाशाली और संवेदनशील हिंदी कहानीकार हैं. उन्होंने लेखन के क्षेत्र में अपनी एक विशेष पहचान बनाई है. उनके द्वारा लिखित कहानी संग्रह आभार तुम्हारा, रेड कोट, 100वां गांव और आले समेत तकरीबन 22 कहानी संग्रह प्रकाशित हो चुके हैं. कहानी संग्रह आले का तो विमोचन आज इसी प्रतिष्ठित मंच पर सवेरे ही हुआ है. उनके कहानी संग्रह आभार तुम्हारा को उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार के हिंदी संस्थान द्वारा सर्जना पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया जा चुका है. मीनू जी का योगदान बाल साहित्य में भी रहा है. उनकी लिखी कहानियों को CBSE और ICSE पाठ्यक्रम में शामिल किया गया है. उनके सभी कहानी संग्रह प्रतिष्ठित प्रकाशन विभाग, डायमंड पॉकेट बुक्स, प्रभात प्रकाशन और नेशनल बुक ट्रस्ट द्वारा प्रकाशित किए गए हैं. उनकी उपलब्धियों में कई महत्वपूर्ण पुरस्कार शामिल हैं, जैसे हिंदी विभूषण, विमेन ऑफ सब्सटेंस अवार्ड और साहित्य श्री सम्मान. उनका मानना है कि हर कहानी के पीछे एक अद्भुत अनुभव छिपा होता है जिसे साकार करना आवश्यक है. स्वागत है मीनू जी आपका. Next in our panel, let's welcome Aditi Mathur Kumar. She is an inspirational writer and proponent of army families. She is the best-selling author of 4 books, a proud army wife herself. Aditi is known for her pioneering work in contemporary fiction about the Indian Army. Her debut novel, Soldier and Spice, published in 2013, was the first of its kind, and it is still in the top seller list, and that's commendable, Aditi. Her latest book, Operation Payback, published by Penguin, is a homage to Veer Nari. She is also the first Indian Army wife to deliver the TEDx talk. Aditi believes that stories about army families need to be told more and continues to illuminate the extraordinary narratives of those who serve and support the notion. Her accolades includes being named a top 10 women author by Women's Web. She was awarded Superwoman of the Year by Social Samosa and recognized in 40 Under 40 by Agency Reporter for her role as an advertising professional. ये थे हमारे सम्मानीय पैनलिस्ट. आइए शुरुआत करते हैं इन विचारों के समागम की. Anuja, I just wanted to know from you, how important is the representation of women in literature? What are your thoughts on that, and who are your favorite women authors?
Yeah, well, I think, we make up half the world, we hold up half the sky, we deserve half a share. Otherwise, it's a skewed interpretation, right? So I'm not taking anything away from the male writers, and I don't even think we should, break it all down gender-wise. But I think we are underrepresented, and that's why we need to pedal harder, and people need to support us to get our voices out. My favorite women authors, I especially love, I think we would have all read this book growing up, Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier. I love Daphne du Maurier. Even My Cousin Rachel and Rebecca are books about, Rebecca is so misunderstood. I would love to know what was going down and what her opinion was of that, that man she married and that sad second wife who narrates the story. Rebecca is powerful and amazing and completely out of the box and a rebel. So I love that character. I think she needs a new retelling. And I think out of the, Indian writers, I love, you were talking about Ismat Chugtai, and also I love Arundhati Roy, she's all heart, she's outspoken, she says a lot of things that people are too scared to say maybe, or, just too polite to say, but I just love that rebel streak in her.
Very true, Anuja. As you said, she is outspoken. Outspoken होना ज़रूरी है, because अगर हम व्यक्त नहीं करेंगे भावनाओं को, तो हम कैसे अपने पाठकों तक पहुंच पाएंगे. मीनू जी, आपका क्या कहना है कि आपको सबसे ज़्यादा प्रभावित किस लेखिका की रचनाओं ने किया है, और आपकी साहित्यिक शैली पर किन का प्रभाव है?
नित्या, किसी एक लेखिका का नाम लेना तो बहुत मुश्किल है, लेकिन मैं यहाँ पर इस्मत चुगताई की जैसे बात करूँ, उनकी जैसे लिहाफ बहुत चर्चित रही, विवादास्पद भी रही, लेकिन कामचोर वो कहानी बच्चों के पाठ्यक्रम में शामिल की गई है. मन्नू भंडारी मुझे बहुत पसंद है. मन्नू भंडारी की अगर आपका बंटी आप पढ़ें तो आप बंटी जो है आपके दिमाग से निकलेगा नहीं. चित्रा मुदगल हैं, ममता कालिया हैं और सूर्यबाला जी हैं. इसके अलावा एक नाम लूँगी आपके सेकंड क्वेश्चन से जुड़ा हुआ, वो है मालती जोशी. तो मालती जोशी जी को मैंने तब तक नहीं पढ़ा था जब तक मेरी कुछ कहानियों पर पाठकों की प्रतिक्रिया आई कि आपकी कहानियाँ जो हैं मालती जोशी की याद दिलाती है, मालती जोशी जी की जैसी हैं. तो एक्चुअली होना तो ये चाहिए कि लेखक पर किसी का प्रभाव नहीं पड़ना चाहिए, क्योंकि लेखक जो है उसका अपनी शैली होनी चाहिए. और मैं चाहती हूँ कि मेरी कहानियों से लोग पहचाने कि ये मीनू त्रिपाठी की कहानी है. तो फिर मैंने मालती जोशी जी की एक आध कहानियाँ पढ़ी थी और फिर मैंने लगातार उन्हें पढ़ना शुरू किया. तो
तो मैंने ये पाया कि शायद पाठकों को मेरी जैसे भाषा शैली बहुत सरल और सहज है, आम बोलचाल की भाषा है, उनकी भी वैसी है। वो मनोविज्ञान से खेलती हैं, मैं भी मनोविज्ञान से जो है मनोविज्ञान को पढ़ती हूँ। उसके अलावा एक और खासियत मैंने मालती जोशी जी को जब खूब पढ़ा, उनके बारे में देखा, तो उनका कहना था कि मैं स्त्री पुरुष के जो संबंध हैं उनको जो है ज्यों का त्यों पाठक के सामने कैसे प्रस्तुत कर दूं, मैं प्रतीकात्मक या संकेतात्मक भाषा इस्तेमाल करूंगी। तो ये एक खासियत मुझ में भी है, क्योंकि मैं ज्यों का त्यों अगर लिख दूंगी तो वो टीवी की तरह हो जाएगा कि आपने पढ़ा और आपने जो है कल्पना कर देख लिया कि क्या है, उसमें कुछ कल्पना के लिए नहीं होगा। पर मैं वहाँ पर फिर भाषा के साथ खेलती हूँ और संकेतात्मक प्रतीकों का सहारा लेती हूँ और दबे छुपे पर इन ऐसे रिश्तों को मैं सामने लाती हूँ। अब जैसे ये आलेही है, इसमें बहुत सारी बोल्ड कहानियाँ हैं, उनको बोल्ड विषय हैं, उनको मैंने लिए लेकिन अपने तरीके से।
जी जी, बहुत खूब मीनू जी, आपने बहुत सही बात बोली। Aditi, you have started writing novels after you got married to an army officer. Like what made you think to write about the army families?
So I grew up a reader, a voracious reader. I would read every day, and at great speed, and I was very proud of it. But we also learned a thing in our school and with parents who were readers as well, that if you want to read something that is not available, write it. From there, me, a complete civilian, getting married to an army officer, it was new territory. I wanted to do the role very well, and it was a different world, right? I mean, from Aditi, I was Mem Saab and Mrs. Chandan and everything else. So I turned to what I wanted, what I believed to be the savior in my life, which is books. I tried to find a book. I did not find any. This is 2010, I think, yeah. So I wrote it. It wasn't there. So I wrote a new civilian wife's guide to Indian Army life, the wife of an Indian Army wife. And it's not just my experiences in that book. It is a cumulative experience of every new army wife in the Galucha camp at that time. And I think it resonates very well with army fiancés and girls who are going to get married to the army, going to be the silent ranks. Because like you said, 10 years down, the book still sells so much, and I am still known for that 4 books down the line. Soldier and Spice remains the most popular book, and I'm really proud of that. So yeah, I wrote it because I think army wives are so brave and resilient, and their stories need to be told. The everyday courage that we, and I'm including myself of course, but the everyday courage that we display from very small things, I think it needs to be told, and people need to know more about it, that it's not just army parties and grand life. It's also a hard life, and it imbibes in our DNA the kind of strength that our soldiers have, and that's why I write it.
That's very true, Aditi. और हमारी लाइफ दिखने में, बाहर से दिखने में शायद बहुत शोशा भरी लग सकती है, पर हमारे जो संघर्ष हैं वो लोगों के सामने आना वाकई में बहुत ज़रूरी हैं, और हमारी कहानियाँ हमारी परिस्थितियों से ही निकलती हैं. So Anuja, how is your life? Like yesterday you were talking कि कैंट में आते ही नॉस्टैल्जिया होता है. My mother used to wear saris for the parties and all. So how was your life as a Fauji daughter, and your upbringing in cantonments have influenced your writing style or your choice of subjects?
Yeah, it was, I think the army had Ajkal there's a lot of talk about gated communities. We were gated communities like way back when. It's this lovely, privileged, gorgeous world. When you're a child, you don't know about the hardships. You're just enjoying, the cantonment and the fact that we had the rations. We used to get these like chicken sausages from Essex farms and tins of cheese and baked beans and crates of Coke used to show up at home. It was all all in our ration. And we got holidays to lovely places. You know, we went up to the northeast and Sikkim and Kashmir and bahut hi badhiya, amazing. That's why I think we're called army brats.
Right.
Because you have that whole thing. And then I guess you get older and you realize that it's not all just, like you said, it's not just about, you know, parties and sausages. There's something else to it. So I loved my army upbringing. I loved packing up my bag every 2 years, moving to a new school, making new friends.
Right.
We had no concept of religion. We had no concept of caste or, you know, a place that you came from, Fauji kids. There was literally no concept. I remember meeting someone who said so-and-so and, you know, my friend so-and-so Banerjee or my friend so-and-so Ganju. And I said, you know, Mummy, wo naam sunte hi bata deti hai where people are from. It's like, I said, wow, like how does she know that? You know, because we didn't even have that concept. And it's a very treasured thing. Aajkal ki date mein nothing like that exists anymore. So it was a lovely place to come from. And that's all. I mean, the sin of old age is nostalgia, so I'll stop now. Yeah.
So true, as you talked about, brat is like born, raised and transferred. So our kids are like brats. And your stories are surely influenced by your upbringing because you have seen that inclusiveness in your society when you were bringing up. And like मीनू जी, अब मैंने आपकी भी काफ़ी कहानियाँ पढ़ी हैं. आपकी कहानियों से एक बहुत सकारात्मक ऊर्जा मिलती है. क्या ये सकारात्मकता भी फौज की देन है?
बिल्कुल. देखो, जब भी हम लोगों के हस्बैंड फील्ड में होते हैं या कोई किसी तरह की चुनौतियों का, दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ता है, तो हम क्या करते हैं, उससे निपटना सीखते हैं. उसको लेके नहीं बैठते, अपनी लाइफ को वहीं पे नहीं रोकते हैं. तो जाने अनजाने ये एक स्वभाव मेरा बन गया. और मेरी कहानियों में मैं पूरा संघर्ष लूँगी और हैवी टॉपिक्स की कहानियाँ लूँगी, पर चलते समय उस कहानी को एंड करते समय मैं एक छोटी सी खिड़की आशा की खोल आऊँगी, जिससे कि एक आशा की किरण है और एक उजास जो है हमारे मन के भीतर भरे. ये बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हम अगर एक समस्या है तो समाधान है. अब अगर हमने एक समाधान यदि सुझाया है तो पाठक जब पढ़ेगा उसको हज़ारों समाधान दिमाग में आएंगे. ये भी हो सकता है, वो भी हो सकता है. अगर कोई कहानी आपको नैराश्य में डुबो दे तो मुझे तो नहीं अच्छी लगती. हालांकि लिख जाती हूँ कभी कभी, वैसे ही ज़रूरत हुई तो लिखा, लेकिन उसमें भी मैं कुछ एक पॉजिटिव नोट ज़रूर छोड़ देती हूँ ताकि एक आगे उम्मीद बनी रहे.
बिल्कुल सही बात बोली मीनू जी आपने, क्योंकि ये पॉजिटिविटी शायद हमारे जीवन का हिस्सा बन चुकी हो, क्योंकि हम आशा पर ही जीते हैं. कई बार फ़ोन कॉल्स भी नहीं होते हैं कि हस्बैंड से बात भी नहीं हो पाती, एंड वी स्टिल बिलीव नो न्यूज़ इज़ अ गुड न्यूज़. Aditi, now we come to your latest book, Operation Payback. You explored the life of Veer Nari in that book. And what motivated you to tell that particular story, and how do you ensure that characters reflect the real life experiences?
Okay, thank you for that question. Operation Payback came out last year. ये एक वीर नारी की कहानी है. रेगुलर गर्ल हु इज़ फ्रॉम बीकानेर एंड गेट्स मैरिड टू एन आर्मी ऑफिसर हु इज़ अ पैरा SF officer. And then she becomes a Veer Nari. So while she's just learning how to become an army wife, she becomes a Veer Nari. And that is something that she's not okay to carry. She's like, I want to be more than that, and I want to walk the path my husband walked. एंड इसका इंस्पिरेशन बहुत सिंपल है. ये बहुत सारी वीर नारियाँ जिन्होंने आर्मी ज्वाइन की है, आई थिंक मिसेस सेमवाल इज़ वन ऑफ देम. हर स्टोरी इज़ वेरी एम्पावरिंग, बट इट वाजंट जैसे हमेशा होता है हमारे देश में. अगर इफ़ देर इज़ अ न्यूज़, वी सेलिब्रेट आवर हीरोज़ बट वी आर वेरी क्विक टू फॉरगेट देम. आई जस्ट वांटेड a book which is there forever to celebrate that kind of bravery, and because I can't imagine for a woman like me to join the same profession that took the husband away from her.
Right.
But she was there because she saw the larger purpose. She joins the army and she works very hard. If you read the book, I've done very, very hard work myself. More than Souls and Spice was experiences, and it's fun, and it's, mixing up the ranks, like, and, being really young and silly at times. Operation Payback is all about CICT ops and really intelligence and what goes behind int operations and everything. So when you read it, you'll figure out that it's not a fun read, although it has a happy ending, but the husband is not coming back, right? So the happy ending is how well she's done her job towards the nation, and how well she's followed that path. And I think that, like the army wife stories, I think, well, I said in the first question, this also deserves to be told. So many of our Veer Naris are joining the forces, and Ek Din Ka celebration is not enough. I think we need to write grander stories about them, and I think they need to be remembered as well.
Very true. And there is one line in her book that really touched my heart, and we all can resonate with it. It's she who waits also serves. जो पीछे इंतजार कर रहा है वो भी सेना की सेवा में है. So we all AWWA members can equally resonate to it, and it's a wonderful line, Aditi.
Thank you so much.
Anuja, now coming back to your novel Baz, which is set in the backdrop of 1971 war. It explains about the nationalism in two point of views, like from the point of view of a soldier and a point of view of a sister of a martyr. Now, how you wanted to bring abroad these two point of views of the nationalism? What was your idea? What was your thought behind it?
See, you're right. Well, there's always two points of views on anything, isn't it?
True,
and that's
right.
a nice balanced piece of work. In Baz, the heroine is the daughter of a general and the sister of a soldier, like a hero, who died. And she is very cynical about the army because, she's it's a third generation family, and she feels that she knows very well. I mean, she has paid the price. She has made sacrifices, and she knows what lies behind all the balls and the heroic talk and everything. There is injury, and there is suffering, and there is pain of all kinds, physical and mental, in every sort of way. And then I have this young boy, and he's from Haryana. He's like a young Jat boy. For him, he becomes a fighter pilot. He gets to wear a cravat and talk in English and go to a club and learn how to dance, fly fast planes, because he's an adrenaline junkie.
Right.
So Ishan comes into it very, very with these. He's just seduced by the romance. And this girl, meanwhile, feels very cynical about this, and she feels that, these people go in there and they get these young, which is why the book dedication says Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan.
Right.
कि ये उठा के पकड़ के ले आते हैं, and these boys don't even know, and she keeps saying you're a pawn, and he doesn't even know what pawn means. Like, what are you talking about? Pornography? Like, he has no idea, and so it's a very different thing. And I love conflict, and I love when the two kinds of Indias clash. And you get sparks when people are very different, and there's people learning from each other, growing together. They're children. I mean, she's 22 and he's 25 in that book. So they're very young. And I did want to get that whole experience. And of course, as Faujis, we always feel that soldiers don't get their due, heroes don't get their due.
Exactly.
As Aditi says, it's it's gone, like nobody remembers. And I just very strongly feel that our soldiers, if there's a cake of the nation's GDP, the biggest slice should be cut and put in the soldier's plate to begin with.
True. Well said. Well said.
And that does not happen in our country, so it does not happen. It's so unfair. So at one point you say that you are the sons-in-law of Mother India and Jamai Raja and everything for you. But when it comes down to it, you go to the CSD canteen and you're saying, not true, yaar, hame to nahi mil raha. So I think all kinds of issues, small and little, come up in that book. The nature of patriotism versus, just being a good human being. And, borders are important, but borders are also cruel. So that's the story in Baz. It's going to be a film. Dharma Productions has the rights, so hopefully it'll be good.
Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
मीनू जी, उन्होंने 2 पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू की बात करी, तो एक क्वेश्चन मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी कि आप 2 अलग अलग तरह के जॉनर में लिखती हैं। वयस्कों के लिए भी कहानियाँ लिखती हैं जिन्हें प्रौढ़ कहानियाँ कहा जाता है, और बच्चों के लिए भी। तो आप कैसे बैलेंस करती हैं इन 2 विचारधाराओं में?
नित्या, मैंने शुरुआत किया, मेरी जो मुख्य विधा है वो वयस्कों के लिए ही लिखती हूँ, लेकिन बीच में इधर मैंने काफ़ी बच्चों के लिए लिखा। उसमें कुछ किताबें नेशनल बुक ट्रस्ट से और पाठ्यक्रम में भी शामिल की गई। होता क्या है कि जब हम वयस्कों की लिखते हैं ना, तो जिस भी कहानी से हम गुज़र रहे होते हैं, उनके संघर्षों से, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं अपने भीतर भी फील करते हैं, है ना। तो जब बहुत ज़्यादा मन भारी हो जाता है, कुछ हो जाता है, तो मैं कुछ समय के लिए बिल्कुल निकल जाती हूँ। जैसे जो भी अपना प्रोजेक्ट है उसे कंप्लीट करके, और फिर मैं स्विच ओवर हो जाती हूँ बच्चों की मासूम दुनिया में। वो मेरे लिए एक तरह से मेडिटेशन जैसा होता है। उनके भोलेपन और उनके बारे में जो भी है लिखती हूँ, तो और उस दुनिया में जब जाती हूँ ना, तो काफ़ी टाइम तक ठहरती हूँ, बहुत जल्दी नहीं स्विच ओवर करती हूँ। अगर 6 महीने मैंने अपना लिखा है, तो मैं 3-4 महीने उनको ज़रूर देती हूँ, बच्चों के लिए लिखती हूँ। तो इस तरह से बैलेंस हो पाता है। और जब बच्चों का लिख के मैं बड़ों में आती हूँ, वयस्कों की कहानियों में या उपन्यासों में आती हूँ, तो फिर उधर नहीं देखती हूँ, फिर इधर हो जाती है, तो हो जाता है
जी। अब मैं आप तीनों से एक चीज़ जानना चाहूँगी, जस्ट अ मैसेज टू ऑल those who are sitting over here who want to write, who want to tell their story to the world, but they are skeptical कि लिखें ना लिखें, पब्लिशर मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा, कोई पढ़ेगा नहीं पढ़ेगा, ये सबके दिमाग में होते हैं क्वेश्चन, जो भी लिखना चाहते हैं। So what are your message for such writers who just wanted to write but they are not able to motivate themselves much?
I would say that if you want to write, then you should read. That's, I think, very important. There are a lot of people rushing into writing without reading, and so I would say that's number one. Maybe everyone can say different things, so we don't repeat ourselves. But my first thing would be, say, please read a lot. Read across genres, read translations, read about things that places you've never been to. It's very important to read.
Right. What are your take, Aditi?
In addition to what Anuja said, yes, read. But also write, and don't worry about publishing or who's going to read it or how it's going to be received. I meet a lot of writers or people who want to be writers who worry about publishing. Publishing is a different section of the entire journey altogether. Please write first, and the first draft is you telling the story to yourself. So don't worry about it. Nobody's going to read it. You'll have to edit that thing at least 7-8 times if I take my own example first. So don't worry about it. Just put the pen or to paper or the typewriter or the laptop. Just write and tell your story. Who reads it? Who publishes it? What is going to look like as a packaged product? It's a different part of the journey. You'll get there, you'll ace it, you'll learn it. Maybe you'll take a take or two. But just write. There is no judgment. Just write.
2 पॉइंट तो कवर हो गए, रीडिंग एंड पब्लिशिंग की जो है आपको सोचना नहीं है। लिखिए, सिर्फ लिखिए, और लिखने के बाद आगे मैं ये जोड़ूंगी कि जब एक ड्राफ्ट आप जो भी आपके जहन में आ रहा है आप उसे उतारते हैं पन्नों पर, तो उसको आप रख दीजिए 10 दिन, 15 दिन, 20 दिन भी रख सकते हैं। उसके बाद दोबारा उठाइए और उसको एक पाठक की तरह पढ़िए, उसको ये राइटर की तरह नहीं पढ़िए, और अपने लिखे हुए से कभी प्यार मत कीजिए। ये एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु है। जितनी संवेदनशीलता के साथ आप लिखते हैं ना, उतने ही खूंखार बन जाइए जब आप उसकी एडिटिंग करते हैं। आपको जो शब्द खाने में कौर में कंकड़ की तरह अखर रहा है, जो वाक्य अखर रहा है, उसको तुरंत काट फेंकिए, दोबारा से उसको लिखिए और बार बार उसको आप रख दीजिए, फिर 10 दिन बाद उठाइए। आप यकीन मानिए, स्टार्ट आप ऐसे करिए, धीरे धीरे आप खुद ही इतने योग्य हो जाएंगे कि आपको जो है एक बार में ही एक सिटिंग में ही आप कहानी लिख पाएंगे।
Thank you.
I'll add one line to it. There's a famous saying, you see it everywhere on Pinterest and everywhere. It says, write drunk, get it sober. So I think that's good advice as well.
वेरी ट्रू. थैंक यू अनुजा, थैंक यू अदिति, थैंक यू मीनू जी अपना एक्सपीरियंस हमारे साथ शेयर करने के लिए. और मैं बस इतना ही कहूँगी कि माया एंजेलो हैज़ वंस सेड देयर इज़ नो ग्रेटर एगनी देन बियरिंग एन अनटोल्ड स्टोरी. अनकही कहानियों को शब्द ना मिल पाना ही सबसे बड़ी त्रासदी है. तो ज़रूरी है कहानियाँ सामने आएँ जिससे लोग पढ़ें और आगे तक जा पाए, वो कहानियाँ पाठकों तक पहुँच पाएँ. एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस टुडे. ग्रैटिट्यूड टू द वेस्टर्न कमांड एंड द ऑर्गेनाइजर्स for Abhivyakti Season 4 for arranging such spectacular stage and bringing us on one platform. And आखिरी में 2 लाइनें ज़रूर बोलना चाहूँगी. अभी रोशन हुआ जाता है रास्ता, अभी रोशन हुआ जाता है रास्ता, वो देखो औरतें आ रही हैं. धन्यवाद.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, esteemed panelists. Thank you so much, Nitya. This discussion was truly empowering for each one of us. Now I request Mrs. Mona Wadhwa, Regional Vice President, AWWA Western Command, to kindly come up on the stage to felicitate the esteemed panel.
आप आगे आओ. ये आपका बॉटल है?
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next author needs no introduction. His books, The Immortals of Miloha, Shiva Trilogy, and many more have captivated millions. His writings bring the legends alive in our minds. Not only this, he also promotes our country's rich cultural heritage on a global stage. It is an honor to welcome amongst us an incredible storyteller, Mr. Amish Tripathi. Please give him a round of applause. Mr. Amish Tripathi in conversation with Mrs. Prachi Joshi Johar, who is a versatile author and poetess. Please welcome both of them on the stage. May I hear some big round of claps?
Namaste, everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Like the MC has already introduced Amish, he needs no introduction. And once you give us the go-ahead, we'll get started. All right. It is an honor and privilege to be interviewing Amish. And last evening, when we were having the social evening, there were a lot of people who said we'd die to be in your shoes, to be sitting on the stage with him. Thankfully, I'm alive and kicking and talking. So, Amish, without further ado, I have had the pleasure of meeting you otherwise earlier. And I know of your credentials through your books, of course. And we are going to be talking about, for the benefit of everybody, we are going to be talking about mythical modernity, Indian legends reimagined. So, Amish, when we talk of mythical modernity, we are talking of an oxymoron of sorts. Two things which are contradictory. One, we are going into the ancient past, and we are talking of modernity. So diving straight into the subject, I'd like your definition and interpretation of what mythical modernity means to you, and then I would come to the treatment of characters in the narratives that you have so far written.
Let me answer this by saying why finding a balance between, if you want to call it myths or legends or itihasa, and modernity. Why is it so important? How many of you have actually ever lived in the West? Anyone? In the West?
Well,
Yeah?
yes.
In the UK, US? I don't know how many of you guys think I lived, my wife and I, we were, where's my wife? Shivani. Shivani is out there. Applause for my wife, please. Okay. We lived in the UK. One of the things that struck me living in the UK and the US is that they have wonderful space for liberalism, for individual rights, for women's rights, for LGBT rights, which is all very good. But I find that their family structures have broken up. People are lonely, people are unhappy. Right? So like they've swung on one extreme. You could call it perhaps the modern extreme.
Okay.
Okay? How many of you have lived, say, in the Middle East, in Saudi Arabia or anywhere? Anyone? Yeah?
Yes.
I'm sure you'll agree when I speak of the Saudi Arabia, family structures are very strong. Right? Society is strong, bonds are strong, friendships are strong. So traditions are strong, which is good. Right? Their connection to their roots, their connection to their legends is very strong. That's positive. But do you find women's rights out there? No, right? In fact, women weren't even allowed to drive cars till recently. They couldn't leave their, their houses without their husbands, or I think it's called mehram or something, right? Yeah, mehram. Some male relative chaperoning them, right? LGBT rights तो आप भूल ही जाओ वहाँ पे, right? So that is on the other extreme. Why do you need a balance between the two, and why is India the perfect place for something like this? Because if you go to that modern extreme in the UK or US, like I said, wonderful space for liberalism, tons of loneliness, unhappiness, depression, not good things. You go to some of the Middle East countries, strong society, very good, right? Good traditions, strong family bonds, but women can't do what they want to do. LGBTs so probably can't even live. That's not good. If you find a balance between these two, then you have an ideal society. You have a society where family bonds are strong, traditions are strong, but you have the space for women's rights, LGBT rights as well, which is what Indian myths, legends, itihas, whatever you want to call it, that gives the space for. Because if I am an Indian traditionalist, but if I say men and women are equal, right, I'm not rebelling against my traditions. I'm actually quoting my traditions. We had the Rig Veda as hymns written by women. We had the equivalent of women prophets in ancient times. Show me any other culture which has that. We had women who ruled in their own name in ancient times. This is our traditional culture. If I speak of LGBT rights, I'm not rebelling against our traditions. In fact, I'm being true to our traditions. How many of you know Lord Krishna? One of the names of Lord Krishna is Aila. Anyone knows this? Yeah? Anyone knows no one knows this? Okay, so one of the names for Lord Krishna is Aila. Okay? The question is, where does this name Aila come from? Aila means descendant of Ela. Okay? Ela or Ela was actually a transgender. Okay? Many was the daughter of Vaivasvata Manu. She became a man later, but she founded the dynasty when she was a woman, Ela. Okay? She was a transgender. This is our tradition. So when I say LGBT should have rights in India, I'm not rebelling against our traditions. I'm actually being true to our traditions. This is why I find this marriage is so important, because then India can have the best of both worlds. Strong families and traditions, and liberalism and women's rights and LGBT rights. All we have to do is we have to read our true traditions. Sadly, most of us are not taught our real traditions, so we don't know, right?
Right.
But if we can read our real traditions, we'll find this balance.
Okay, so he's a storyteller. He has the wordiness and the wherewithal to build it into a beautiful story and talk about traditionalism and liberalism. So I'm just going to summarize it in one sentence, and please let me know if I'm correct or not. Basically, it is the fine balance of what our tradition teaches us to be and gives us a semblance of what our roots are, and combining it with what our modernity should represent in the times that we live in.
Absolutely perfect. From the next time, I won't write a 400-page book. I'll ask you to write a one-page summary.
Okay, so I'm probably the Chat GPT version for you right now. Not as eloquent and not as logarithmic, but definitely logical and rhythmic, all right. So Amish, why I am a personal fan of your works is the fact that, you give your characters a very human face. Now that's treading a very fine line. There are these gods who are revered. Religion is big all over the world. You touch religion, you touch a big god, and they say, oh my God, this person is treading into a territory which is supposed to be absolutely sanctified. So when you are treating somebody as great, as grand, as mighty as Shiva, or for that matter even Rama, you give these people human characteristics with their own failings. So my question to you is that when in your treatment of characters, how do you drive that balance that yes, these were humans who had godlike qualities, and that is why we deified them. They became gods. How do you keep yourself in check, and how do you make them human, and that is how you make them relate to your audiences? Is my question clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Essentially, you're asking, how come there are no controversies?
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking, how come you have been so disciplined in the art of writing and your own understanding that I know this is a god. I'm going to give him an essentially human character.
Okay, let me put it this way then. Firstly, the concept of seeing humans as divine. This is actually an Indian concept. Everyone knows what this word is? Namaste?
Yes.
What's the Sanskrit translation of Namaste? Sir, applause for you. He's absolutely right. Many people erroneously translate this to mean hello. That's not what it means. Namaste actually means, it's a Sanskrit sandhi of namate. I bow to the divine within you. Right? In the traditional Indian way, we had various concepts of the divine. But among the most popular ones was seeing this, that everything has the divine within.
Right.
And our journey is to discover and become the divine that we are within.
Right.
So if I write something like this, I'm not doing anything new. It's actually true to our own traditions.
Correct.
And in terms of writing the story, I won't say there's I don't consciously try and keep a discipline. Right?
Okay.
It's just that I genuinely believe in the gods I write on. I am genuinely a deeply proud Indian.
Right.
I'm deeply proud of our culture. Not because I was born here, because I've read a lot of it and I think our culture is genuinely fantastic. and genuinely good for the modern day, for the challenges of the modern day. If you actually believe it, then the story just comes out in a particular way, right? Let me give you an example from a movie which, many may have heard of, because I'm sure. Okay, let me describe a scene. That imagine if you went to a Bollywood filmmaker and a Hindi movie director,
Right.
and you told him shoot a scene where the main hero of the movie walks up to a shivling, then breaks the base of that shivling, then carries it on his shoulder, goes up to a waterfall, and places the shivling under that waterfall. Any Bollywood filmmaker you go and you suggest this as a script, he'll say, pagal ho gaya kya? Mera ghar jal jayega.
I know.
Right? But in the hands of a genuine believer like Rajamouli ji, he's a genuine believer. He's not pretending. Right? In his hands, this scene is one of the most iconic scenes in Indian cinema, in Bahubali, right? I don't know how many of you have actually seen Rajamouli ji or Ram Charan when they go to temples. When they're at a shivling, they're doing the Rudrabhishekam. I'm a devout Shaivite. I know what the rituals are. I know what needs to be done. And when they do it, you can make out they've been doing it for years because they know exactly what needs to be done.
Right.
But these days it's become a fashionable, so I won't take names, but you find a few actors from Mumbai landing up at a temple कि रुद्राभिषेकम कर रहे हैं. बाएं हाथ से ऐसे कर रहे हैं, दिख रहा है कि जिंदगी में कभी नहीं किया है. They have no idea what they're doing, but they're just doing it for pictures. If you have this kind of attitude, then controversy ho jayega.
Okay.
But if you genuinely believe in it, if you've been doing it your entire life, you're not pretending.
Right.
Then the story, the movie, it just comes out that way. It comes out right.
Okay. I get that. You're operating from a place of immense faith.
Basically, if there are any kids out here, they would know this term, be real. Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to add a bro to it also, just to be like modern? Yeah,
okay.
Balance.
Be real, bro.
Okay. Okay. So coming to your Ramayan series, we've talked about the Shiva trilogy. This is an AWWA lit fest, and you can see there are so many women sitting here. And while I thought that I'm going to end this with this particular word that stayed with me from your Shiva trilogy, Har Har Mahadev. And the Har Har Mahadev interpretation that Amish has given in his book is that every person is a Mahadev. Now, being a poet, I'll take some creative liberty with that, and I'm going to change HAR to HER. Har Har Mahadev. So all the women sitting here, all of us have Shiva in us, and I really like the way he brought everyone's attention to Shivani, his wife, and called for an applause, and it is pretty much. Is that a signal that we are taking too long? All right, because I wasn't told of any cues. If there are any, you can just signal and we can vacate the...
We'll jump.
Yeah, no, we won't jump. We'll walk out with dignity. Yeah, we'll take our bows. So what I was saying is that especially in the Indian Army, it's we are a Mrs. So-and-so, and a lot of time our individuality, our identity gets subsumed by the larger identity of the husband. We are like, I came here, I said my name is Prachi, and they said, hello ma'am, how are you? The moment I say I am a Mrs. Johar, recognition dawns, she belongs to so-and-so and stuff like that. So considering it's a women's fest and it's all about women's emancipation as well, Amish, I'd like to read out something that I wrote some time ago. कुछ इस तरह से बस गए तेरी शख्सियत के आंगन में, कुछ इस तरह से बस गए तेरी शख्सियत के आंगन में कि अपने नाम पते की कोई बस्ती ना रही. Okay, Shivani will be able to relate to it better. Amish will say, oh yeah, I know this all. कुछ इस तरह से बस गए तेरी शख्सियत के आंगन में कि अपने नाम पते की कोई बस्ती न रही. कुछ इस तरह से कैद हो गए तेरी फर्जदारी के कायदों में. कुछ इस तरह से कैद हो गए तेरी फर्जदारी के कायदों में कि अपने वजूद की कोई हस्ती न रही. So there are moments in all women's lives where they sort of question their identity more than being the wife of so-and-so. And why I have given this as a prelude to what I'm asking you is because you have given Sita the character of a goddess warrior. She's the princess of Mithila. She's very much a person in her own right. So far, we have only seen Sita as a very devoted, devout follower who just goes with the husband wherever he goes. She believes in him so much. Now, my question to you is, what is the message of women empowerment in this treatment of Sita, and how does she come across to people in being her own person and standing up for her own self?
Firstly, the image that we have of Goddess Sita in modern India, particularly in the urban areas, in the cities, is largely based on a television serial which had come out in the 1980s. That television serial was largely based on Goswami Tulsidas ji's Ramcharitmanas, largely.
Right.
Ramanand Sagar ji made some changes to it also, but largely it was on the Ramcharitmanas. Ramcharitmanas was written 400 years ago, and it reflected the idiom of that era, the zeitgeist of that era. Where India had suffered horrific invasions. You'll notice any society that suffers a lot of random violence and invasions tends to become slightly more patriarchal. Because women can compete with men in every area except for the area of violence.
Right.
Testosterone, stronger bone mass, muscle, etc. Right? Even in India, you'll notice the regions of India that suffered more invasions are more patriarchal. South and East, which suffered less, are less patriarchal. But if you go to the ancient versions of the Ramayana, then Sita Ma is shown as a very strong woman with her own agency, because that was the status of women in ancient India. In the Valmiki Ramayana, which is composed by Valmiki ji, Sita Ma she's not a warrior, but she's a very strong woman. She does what she thinks is right. In the Adbhut Ramayana, which is also credited to Valmiki ji, Sita Ma is in fact a warrior. There are two Ravans. And the elder Ravan, the more powerful Ravan, is not killed by Lord Ram, he's killed by Sita Ma.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And this is an ancient version of the Ramayana called the Adbhut Ramayana, also credited to Valmiki ji. The women should applaud for her, that version of the Ramayana.
Nice.
And if you haven't read it, read it. My Sita Warrior of Mithila is actually based on the Adbhut Ramayana. And the last thing I'd like to suggest, and this is one of the things that Shivani and I speak of all the time, that in the West doesn't get the concept of balance, sadly. There are many good things in the West. We should learn from them. But they don't understand the concept of balance. So you'll notice that when they speak of women's rights, they swing to one extreme. That, oh, hate all men, go on that extreme. And then they swing again to the other extreme. When they want to speak of transgender rights, hate all women. I don't know if you've seen that. That any woman who has some questions also on transgender, she's some tough, she's an extremist feminist, right? They just swing from one extreme to the other, which is not healthy for society. Ideally, you need, between husband, wife, between men, women, you need the ideal balance of Ardhanareshwar, where the woman realizes that she is complete with her man, and the man realizes he is complete with her woman. That's what Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati showed in Ardhanareshwar. There's a reason why in our traditional puja, in a traditional marriage ceremony, only after you've done all the peras, the wife comes and sits on the left. Have you noticed that? Mm-hmm. Anyone knows the reason for that? Why does the wife come and sit on the left? Only after the peras. Why? What's the reason? Ardhanareshwar, do you notice? Goddess Parvati is on the left, Lord Shiva is on the right. Everyone notices this? Because there is one half which is supposed to be for every male. It's supposed to be only for your Devi and only for your wife. That's your left half. It's where the heart is. It's what is connected to the right brain.
Oh,
okay?
Wow.
And no other woman is supposed to take that place. Okay? This is one of the... And read the story of Ardhanareshwar, how Ardhanareshwar came into being as well. So, perhaps the ideal thing is to actually have that balance. Don't swing on on the Western extreme of one extreme and then other extreme. That's not healthy for the marriage. It's not healthy for a society either.
So I think we are all very well balanced in the army, considering most women, or let's say all women, are walking abreast with their husbands, supporting them in whatever they are doing. And about the left and right thing, Amish, while you can tell us about the legends and mythology, let me tell you, when the husband and wife sit in a Fauji vehicle, the husband sits on the left and the wife on the right. That's what I know about.
And then the wife is playing Lord Shiva then.
Well, I told you, Har Har Mahadev, H-E-R, H-E-R, and so we are as good as Shiva, and and the man is as good as Parvati, Ardnarishwar. In your own words, I'm quoting you. Coming to Dharma, before we started, when we were familiarizing ourselves with each other, धर्म के बारे में बहुत आसक्ति आपकी है ही, भगवान में, ईश्वर में श्रद्धा है, सारे आपको शास्त्रों के बारे में पता है. जब आप धर्म की बात करते हैं एक मॉडर्न पर्सपेक्टिव से, और आपके जितने भी कैरेक्टर्स हैं, प्रोटैगनिस्ट हैं, उनमें जो ईवल है वो बहुत ब्लैक एंड वाइट नहीं है, ठीक है, मतलब हर कोई शेड ऑफ ग्रे है. रावण भी बुरा नहीं है. सो in the context of today's time, where the lines are blurring between what is right and wrong, what does dharma mean in the modern day context, Amish?
This concept of good, evil, black, white, true God, false God, this is also a very Western concept. In Vedic Sanskrit, pop quiz once again, is there any Sanskrit word for the English word evil? Anyone wants to take a guess? For the English word evil, is there any Vedic Sanskrit word? Anyone? No, you can't answer because the word doesn't exist. Okay.
Oh, wow.
There is no Vedic Sanskrit word for the English word blasphemy either, by the way. You know what blasphemy means, right? When you question God and it's a very horrible thing and you should be killed, there's no Vedic Sanskrit word for it. Why? Because the concept didn't exist. There's no Vedic Sanskrit word for potato also, by the way, because potatoes didn't exist in India at that time, right? If there is no word for a concept, it means that concept didn't exist. Our ancestors understood that actually the world is complicated. It's very nuanced. And the real battle between, and adharma is not evil, by the way. Adharma is imbalance. The real battle of dharma and adharma takes within. And you have to control what actions you take. And you look at the stories of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata and the Puranas to learn archetypes, to learn stories, to learn how to make decisions, and then make the decisions that you have to make and live with the consequences. That is actually the perspective of our way of life. And if you understand this, then you understand dharma as well. Dharma is often erroneously translated as religion in modern day. The correct word for religion is actually panth. It's a path. Dharma is actually above religion. The root of the Sanskrit word dharma is dhru, that which sustains, that which balances. Okay, so adharma is that which unbalances, that which cannot sustain, that which is temporary. Right? So if you understand from this perspective, then you realize that the understanding of dharma changes. You are all army people, right? I am a civilian. So for me, doing any act of violence is adharma. I cannot do it, right? I cannot take the law into my own hands.
Right.
If I have if I'm facing some issue, I need to go to the police. I need to file a complaint.
Right.
But army soldiers, there are commanders out here, when your soldiers are at the border and say a Pakistani soldier or more likely a Pakistani terrorist is coming.
Right.
Do you want the soldiers to say, no, it is adharma to do violence? Should he start discussing the Bhagavad Gita and the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad with the Pakistani terrorist? Or should he pick up his gun and shoot? What is the correct thing? Pick up the gun and shoot.
Yes.
So for the soldier, violence is dharma. But for me as a civilian, violence is adharma. Right? So it depends on the context. That's where dharma is actually much more nuanced. There's no simplistic black and white.
Right.
And if you understand that, then you understand how to make choices a lot better.
All right. So, violence in a controlled situation, violence for the sake, when you're supposed to pick up your arms and fight for your country, definitely yes. So, in the interest of time, Amish, like we had started with mythical modernity, and we said how you had started by saying that it is supposed to provide the balance. It is supposed to be your rudder to keep your traditions and your modern self balanced with your family values and your empowerment of gender, other marginalized communities intact. My question to you is, what universal themes, this is the last question that I'm going to be asking you, what universal themes in Indian mythology do you think are relevant to the modern readers irrespective of their social, cultural, religious affiliations?
So many, but I think a few that occur straight away is balance that I spoke of. There's a lovely Sanskrit Mahavakya, Ati Sarvatra Varjayit. Extremism of any kind should be avoided, on any extreme. Right? Balance is the ideal way forward. A few other things that strike me is these days it's become fashionable to just kind of be a victim. I've suffered so much, the government has to come and take care of me, someone has to do something, or God has to come, it's God's fault.
Right.
And we don't understand the concept of self-responsibility, right? And that you take your own decisions and then live with the consequences. This is a concept that comes deep in the Indian way, that the Indian religions don't treat you like a child, that shut up and do. God will not come and say, shut up and do what I'm telling you to do. No, you're treated like an adult. That these are the choices. Now think about it and do what you think is right. I think this is also a very, very important concept to learn in today's day. In the Bhagavad Gita, one of my most favorite couplets is in the 18th chapter, when Lord Krishna tells Arjun, and remember, we represent Arjun in a way. Lord Krishna tells Arjun that I've given you knowledge that is the secret among secrets, that is most profound. Now you think about it and do what you think is right. That's what Lord Krishna tells Arjun. He doesn't tell him, this is my commandment, you better follow it, otherwise you will burn in hell. No.
Right.
He tells him, this is the knowledge, I have given you all that I can give you. Now you think about it and make your own choices. I like that a lot more because it's much more empowering, right? I'm not some child waiting for someone to tell me what to do. I'm an adult. I will make my own choices and live with the consequences, positive or negative.
Right.
I like that philosophy a lot more.
Okay. Amish, since you have read Sanskrit a lot, I would like to end with a shloka which I learned from my mother even before I started learning my ABCD and 1, 2, 3. Okay, and you will understand it. Shale shale na manikyam, moktima kam naev gaje gaje. शैले शैले न माणिक्यम मौक्तिकम नैव गजे गजे साधुओं नैव सर्वत्रम चंदनम नैव वने वने. हर पहाड़ पर आपको मणि नहीं मिलेगी, हर हाथी के माथे पे आपको मोती नहीं मिलेगा. साधु संत लोग सज्जन लोग आपको सब जगह नहीं मिलेंगे, और चंदन हर वन हर किसी जंगल में नहीं उगेगा. ये the reference to context is that you are getting, people are rare, good people are rare. People who are bringing religion in a manner which is going to sort out their life is rare. And I'm very, very proud and privileged to be sharing the stage with a rarity like you. And also, we are in an audience which understands the magnitude of what you are bringing into people's lives, not just through traditionalism, but also its relevance in the context of who we are today, what we are struggling with, and how it can be our anchor. It's been a privilege to interview you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would request you to remain seated for a while. Thank you so much for the insightful discussion. Now I request Mrs. Shuchi Katyar, Regional President AWWA, Western Command, to please come up on the stage and felicitate the authors. Please come ahead. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Next up, we have the book release Abhaya, Breaking the Silence, which has the voices of 27 women like you and me. Abhaya, Breaking the Silence is an anthology of writing by 27 strong women who have voiced their views that most of us have experienced. Without further ado, I announce the book launch, Abhaya, Breaking the Silence. I invite the editor of Abhaya, Mrs. Soni Sangwan, a famous journalist and writer, the renowned publisher Ganif Chadda, publisher of Abhaya, to come up on the stage. We are pleased to announce that we have some of the authors who have contributed to Abhaya. Request them to come on the stage, please. I humbly request Mrs. Shuchi Katyar, Regional President, AWWA Western Command, to kindly do the honors and launch the book officially. So here we are with the voices of 27 strong women. Heartiest congratulations to Team Abhaya. So we officially launched the book Abhaya, Breaking the Silence. Can we hear it for the team Abhaya, please? Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing the honors. Thank you, ma'am. I don't know. Thank you so much, Team Abhaya, and heartiest congratulations to each one of you. Thank you. Next, we have the book launch, Kargil Youth, written by Mrs. Shikha Akhilesh Saxena. Kargil Youth is the Hindi translation of Shikha's book, Nation First, that was released in 2023, June by Hachette Publishers. Kargil War, through Shikha's information and perspective of the Kargil War through the life of Shikha herself. I invite Mrs. Shikha Akhilesh Saxena. Kindly come up on the stage and launch the book officially. And here we launch the book officially. Let's hear it up for them. Congratulations. Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing the honors and for standing tall with all the voices. Congratulations to Captain Akhilesh and to Shikha. Ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch and we come back here at 2:30 for yet another book launch, No Women's Land by Lieutenant Colonel Ankita Srivastav, which will be held at Venue 1, followed by a very interesting panel discussion and more book launches and panel discussions. So we see you right back here after the lunch break at 2:30. All right, so we are back. We are coming back here at 2. I again announce and I request everyone to come back here after the lunch break. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. May I request everyone to please come up in the lawns? We have a great lineup of panelists and book launches. I would request everyone to please come and take their seats. I request the people from the stalls there to please come up here and take the seats. We have an impressive lineup of authors and writers here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've had your lunch, so please join us back for the afternoon session.
इनपुट चेक कर लो कोई भाई ने पूछी अच्छा ठीक है
Before the book launch of Lieutenant Colonel Ankita Srivastav, a story which is from the greens to the beauty queen, I would request her to come and give a few lines before we launch her book officially. Lieutenant Colonel Ankita Srivastav.
Hello.
Hello Chandigarh. How are we? खाने के बाद कोई रिस्पॉन्स ही नहीं आ रहा है. Thank you. At least somebody
Some claps. थोड़ा
Thank you
जोर
for
से बजा
clapping.
दो.
थोड़ा तो जोर से होना चाहिए
थोड़ा
ना. मैं
जोर से
बहुत दूर से आई
motivation चाहिए.
हूँ. मैं जयपुर से आई हूँ कल रात को और चंडीगढ़ में पहली बार आवा लिट फेस्ट में यहाँ पर खड़े होके आप जैसे वाइब्रेंट ऑडियंस को देखकर मेरे अंदर जोश डबल हो चुका है. जैसा कि सोनी जी ने मुझे कहा कि आप स्टेज पे आ जाइए, आई वर्क ऑन आदेश ओनली. मुझे आदेश मिला, मैं आ गई हूँ. लॉन्च करने वाले आएंगे थोड़ी देर में. थैंक यू. ओके, मेरा स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी भी है, उसको भी ध्यान रखिएगा. आफ्टर द बुक लॉन्च आई विल बी डूइंग अ स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी एज वेल. मुझे आज सुबह सुबह किसी इंटरव्यूअर ने पूछा, आपको स्टैंड अप कॉमेडी करना भी आता है? वो भी आता है? मैंने बोला नहीं, मुझे आता नहीं है. फिर आप कैसे करोगे? मैंने बोला मुझे आदेश मिला है, कर दूंगी. सो आप मुझे जो आदेश दोगे मैं वो कर दूंगी. सो before the launch, I would like to read my poem. Yes, I am a poetess as well. तो मैं आपको एक पोएम सुनाना चाहती हूँ. अंग्रेजी में है, हिंदी वाली ढूंढने के लिए मुझे चश्मा लगाना पड़ेगा, तो मैं अभी थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा. ओके, सो द पोएम्स टाइटल इज हॉक आइज. हॉक आइज. आप सब मेरी आंखों में देख सकते हो और देख सकते हो कि मेरी आंखें हॉक आइज हैं. Okay, hawk eyes and eagle wings, these were the two assets that I was born with. Yes, hawk eyes and the eagle wings are the two assets that I was born with. Never were shut were my eyes, though hidden were my wings. Yes, my wings were always hidden. I constantly focused my eyes while I adjusted my wings to see my targets far off and to calculate the power of my wings. The targets were taken away. कुछ बहुत शाणे लोग होते हैं जो आपके टारगेट ही उठा के भाग जाते हैं. So the targets were taken away by those who doubted my eyes. I began flying to follow their way, as now the strength had come in my wings. Targets turned prey to my eyes. Yes, मैंने अपने targets को शिकार बना दिया. Distance got covered by my wings. So sharp now are my hawk eyes, and so strong are my eagle wings. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I think that deserves a bigger round. थोड़ा दिल खोल के ताली बजाइए चंडीगढ़. We request you for one more, ma'am, if you have. She has a whole book to launch, and I think this was a very good time that we had for her. Now Ms. Ankita will speak a few lines from her book before we do the launch. Just a few lines, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to talk about my book, No Woman's Land, which will be launched in few minutes' time. So I would just like to tell you, what is this book about? This book is about chaos and challenges, and the three hammers of my life with which I keep flattening them, and they are grit, gratitude, and determination. I keep hammering these chaos and challenges. And there's an added hammer also hidden inside me, is the humor hammer. So this book is all about, it's a motivational autobiography, and anybody thinks that they do not have this, and that is why they can't do this, so do read my book. So my half Fauji dad, working as a civilian in the EME workshop in the Indian Army, he brought home 4 things borrowed from a Kadak military officer. And they were the 4 things: a humorless expression, a loud baritone, a long list of don'ts, and a rule book of life. And he brought all these 4 things the day I was born, in an era clearly that did not belong to girls. So what did I bring in with me? He did not see that. A survival kit, a strong mind, a pair of hidden wings, and an elongated humor bone. Thank you.
Thank you. I would request you to please stay on the stage, and I request to call Mrs. Divya Mahajan, Chairperson, Children's Activity and Talent, Western Command, for the book launch. Can we hear some claps, please? There's a full book being launched. I know after lunch we get a bit sluggy, but claps can happen. Yes, please. That's a lot of effort that goes into the book, so please give her a hand. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Ankita Srivastav.
It up? Just a line. Okay. So this book is available at the Browser's stall. Catch me if you want to have an author signed copy. I will be there till day after tomorrow. This book is all about how I sailed, how I drowned, how I fell, how I broke, how I smiled, how I crawled, how I laughed, and finally how I flew. So this is the book you all must read if you want even one single dose of motivation. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to begin the next panel discussion on unshackling the financial labyrinth.
Virender Kumar. Virender Kumar.
So we start the afternoon session post-lunch with an informative panel discussion on unshackling the financial labyrinth. I request the esteemed panelists to come up on the stage. I have the proud privilege to introduce them. Mr. Dhirender Kumar, who is the founder and CEO of Value Research, India's leading independent provider of mutual fund information and research. Sumaira Abidi is with CNBC TV 18. With our esteemed moderator, Major General Anand Saxena, who has authored 5 books. His books cover the topics of financial, spirituality, philosophy, positive psychology, and leadership. We welcome you, sir. We welcome everyone. I hand over the stage to General Saxena for the panel discussion.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after a sumptuous meal. Slightly drowsy, so we'll try and make it more captivating for you. So what I'll do, I'll start with a small anecdote. You know, there was an actor called Bhagwan Dada in 1940s and 1950s in film industry. He was a superstar. His fee was as much as Dilip Kumar and Devanand. His dance steps and songs were a craze that time. Shola Jo Bhadke, Dil Mera Dhadke. Even today, in a remix avatar, it is played. He had a bungalow at Juhu with 25 rooms. He had a fleet of 7 cars. Bhagwan Dada, when he died a few decades later, he died a pauper. Film industry had to pool in money for his cremation. When Bhagwan Dada was rising the ladder of wealth and fame, around that time a young boy of 16 years after his matriculation was setting sails for Yemen. He had nothing in his pocket, but he had big dreams. He went to Aden, did a lot of handyman's job in a petrol pump, in a business venture without being paid because he wanted to learn about business. 10 years later, he came back to India, to Mumbai, with 500 rupees capital in his pocket. But he had dreams to set up a venture, business venture. 8 years later, this gentleman launched something which was a humongous organization. We know it by the name Reliance Industries. And this man was Dhirubhai Ambani. Why I'm narrating this anecdote is because both these gentlemen knew how to get into the financial labyrinth, the Chakravyuh. But one knew how to get out of it successfully, the other one did not. And I dare say most of us belong to the former category. But don't lose heart, because we have our own Bhishma Pitama and Dronacharya here, who will see us through this financial labyrinth through next 35-40 minutes. So now I'll straight away pivot to Dhirender. Dhirender, one thing which I found most of us lack the knowledge about is the concept of risk and reward in investing. You know, हमारी generation के लिए है कि FD में पैसा डाल दो तो safe है, और equity market में जाओगे तो unsafe है. I think we can't be farther from truth. So maybe have your views how a common investor can understand what's the risk reward paradigm and how do we apply it in our investing space. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And yes, the most dangerous investment myth which comes to my mind is, playing it safe will save you. Playing it safe will not save you. Safe options like fixed deposit, savings, account, it is all nice. And, many a times we actually take pride. We take pride. More so because, I also belong to a class of family which is like yours, where I have grown in a family where talking about money was considered to be not a good thing, not a nice thing. As a child, I did not know while growing up that whether I belonged to a well-off family or a poor family. It was a family secret, so to say, because most of our needs were fulfilled, but we did not know, how far, what all we can do. There wasn't, we didn't know about the ceiling. So, this is something which everybody should take note of. Be nice, be careful with your spending, be diligent with your savings, but fixed deposit is not going to save you. And, they're like sinking ship in the battle against inflation. And inflation is something, understanding the risk, the real nature of risk reward. Most of the time we all get it wrong. The nature of risk, the understanding of reward, our starting point is wrong. Most of the time people get excited, right? Right now I have met, in this conversation in the last 2 hours where I had the opportunity, I came across a couple of people who are senior officers and some of them who are not from the Indian Army, and they have been so lucky with this recent bull market that they're quite excited about quitting their job to start becoming a full-time trader. And this is something which I have seen I founded my company about 34 years ago in 1990. And I have seen 3 such bull runs. That frantic bull run where most people get excited about quitting their job to start trading full-time because the easy money is being made and you just buy anything and it goes up. And hard work looks like a very old-fashioned thing or a not so fancy thing to engage with. So, this particular thing which comes to my mind is, risk isn't about losing money. It's about losing time and missing opportunity. And what I was referring that people started the wrong way, because when your friend has started making money, when the Times of India starts making it the front page that the market has gone up, this fellow has done thing, IPOs are coming and everybody's making money without applying much thought, that I think is the wrong starting point. Understanding the basics. When you start driving a car, you learn driving, you don't necessarily need to become an automobile engineer. But you need to understand that when you press the accelerator, more fuel goes into the engine and it actually drives it.
you kick the, you get a sense of, okay, how to use the, how things broadly work, not necessarily precisely work, because market is a very big engine. It's a far bigger machinery. It's very difficult to understand, but there are a couple of things which everybody should understand. That how to be cautious about it, how to benefit from it. Because when it comes to market and equities, it is risky. But so are most other good things in our life. Electricity is very risky if you actually deal it the wrong way. Otherwise, it gets us all the privileges, all the benefits of the modern life. Without electricity, we are dead. So we can't really imagine surviving without that. So how to navigate this risk, how to reconcile with it, and how to, find this. And this is one thing which comes to my mind in my 34 years of founding my company, and last 22 years when I've been intensely answering investors' questions almost on a daily basis, sometimes with my writing, sometimes in a radio show, sometimes in a TV show. Most of the mistakes are, most of the poor experience, the wrong perception, it can be rooted in two things. One is that not matching, most of us have some money, we earn, we spend, these are mandatory things, and whatever is left with, we don't have a plan. We just want to, and most of the investment mistakes are rooted in one thing, investing without a plan. And without a plan, I mean, people may not have a plan, but they should have a time frame in mind. Sometimes you have money which is not needed for many, many years. And there is some kind of money which is needed 3 months from now, 2 years from now. Your child is getting into college, you need to be prepared for it. The long-term money, what not to do with it. And the short-term money, what not to do with it. This is at the heart of it. This is where most people go wrong. And this is where, if you are able to crack it at the outset, things will be sorted and your experience will be completely fine. In fact, it will be very difficult. What I was telling you is that this inflation which is almost like a sinking ship, it's a sinking battle against inflation. You will not be able to, and the government which declares the inflation numbers, that is a fake number. It is an aggregate of some random averages of cement and this and that and everything that you buy. The normal Indian middle class person, the average Indian, his inflation is very different. The things that we consume is not what the consumer price index has. And the pattern of the spending. When I was a child, when I was a grown-up, and when I am actually, getting older, when I look at the spending pattern, the expenses and the complexion of it and the inflation, it is not 6-8%. And that is something which you can't deal with. That is something which you can't really fathom. So better to prepare. And equity is the only hope which can help you beat inflation. Because it is almost like working hard, saving money and keeping it where it goes down in value. And when you need it, it won't be there to help you even though it look like that money. Look at the healthcare cost. You are fortunate with some few privileges which could be helpful. But still, I think assuming that you are very privileged and all your needs will be fulfilled, which I fortunately feel you will have that privilege, still leaving a larger state could be a very important goal. Now, beating inflation and playing it too safe is not going to help you on how to do it. The key to this is, you have to get into equity. Getting into equity the wrong way is going to drive you out of the market forever. And mostly people get excited about equity when it is a very inopportune time. When your neighbors have made money, your friends have made money, that is when you are also tempted to get started. And it is not a seasonal thing. To win with equity, you need to do 2-3 things, which I have been professing for a long time. You have to invest in equity. You can go wrong. It is risky. Companies die. So you need to diversify. And market is a mad place. Every day, I don't know if you have noticed the market or watched the market very little closely. 5 days ago, the market was in a tailspin, going down by 1%, 2% every other day. And day before yesterday, the market went up by 2.5% and everybody was caught unaware. So guessing the market on a day-to-day basis is nearly impossible. But guessing the market on a couple of year basis is a very straightforward thing. The market on a 5-year basis has never gone down. If you invest today, and assuming that this is the most inopportune time, and next 5 years it is the worst possible, my own research shows that if you invested on the worst day of the market and earned the least amount of return, you would have beaten fixed income by twice as much on any 5-year period. This is the magic of equity. Now, why too many people don't do it? Too many people don't do it because it is not old, it is not a very established old thing in India yet. When I was growing up, my father used to get transferred in different places, different cantonments, different regions, and it was not possible for him to invest. But I still remember that once he was posted in Fort Williams in Kolkata, and he had this brush with market and he invested in a couple of stocks, some IPOs, and that is what actually became, I have inherited those, and he has gifted me those. And they have become phenomenal things. But that is an accidental thing because he got the physical certificate, he could not sell it, and he was moving all around, and then there was never a need to sell it. So I end up becoming an owner of it. Some of those investments are 50x, 70x, and 80x, and then there are some investments which have gone down the drain. So this is where the diversification helps. You will have investments which will die. You will have investments which will multiply, which they'll go up by 100 times. And the madness of the market will drive you in the wrong direction always. You will always, someday you will swear by that I am going to take my money out when the market comes back and never to come back again. But, this is something you can't do without. If you want to leave a larger legacy, if you want to meaningfully beat inflation, you don't have a choice but to do it. And today it is possible to do it. What is possible today? You would have heard of this mutual fund Sahi Hai campaign on the television and news item that a lot of people, the recurring deposit in market-linked investment is doing magic. And this is something which was not accessible earlier. The way the equity market, regular investing, a diversified portfolio has been democratized and accessible to you. And the digitization revolution that has happened, whereby even if you are posted in Ladakh, you can still transfer some money. And you can still be on top of your investments, be disciplined with it. And one thing which, you people have the special privilege because you are particularly trained about it. The biggest loser in the market are the indisciplined guy. And you are trained to be disciplined, even if you are stupid. And if you are disciplined and stupid, you don't go wrong because on a 5-year basis, you beat inflation by a wide margin. So that's about it from me now. I'm just here to, excite you or motivate you that don't ignore these essential elements. Not being financially naive is not a smart thing to do. Being financially sophisticated is not the goal, but being financially informed and taking a proactive step for your own well-being, where the world is going to be far more hostile than it has been in the past, is very important. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dhirendra, for those insightful initial comments. And you set the stage nicely for now Sumaira to segue into the next question I have. So Sumaira Mirza Ghalib has said, हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश पे दम निकले. It's a cliched one. बहुत निकले मेरे अरमा फिर भी कम निकले. So we all have aspirations. पीछे बच्चे भी बैठे हैं. They have some aspirations for their future. And there are all kind of people who are in different age brackets. And our aspirations come, something is 2-3 years away, something is 5 to 10 years away, something is really long time away. Now taking off from what Dhirendra has talked about, basically about equity, but there are other investment avenues as well. So how do we match up these investment avenues with the goal-based financial planning? could you put us wise, please? Thank you so much, and thank you very much for having me here. It's my absolute pleasure to be here. And I'm so happy, first, like you said, to see the children, and I'm so happy to see so many ladies in the audience, because finance is something normally, you don't see a lot of women participating, so I'm very, very happy about that. But I want to start by asking how many people here are actually investing? And I don't mean bank FD. X of bank FD. 1, 2, 3. So
Come on,
no
own up.
SIPs? Nobody is doing SIPs. So SIP is investing. Everybody has SIPs. Is there anybody who doesn't have an SIP going? Okay, 1. Okay, so we have, and kids, have you guys heard, do you know what is saving? You know how to save money? Do you know how to invest money? Yes? Awesome. Okay, so I will try to keep this very simple so that everybody is at par. So basically, like Sir said, that we all have different needs. All our needs are very unique. The two things which are common for everybody, that everybody's need has a financial element which you can attach to it. And the second thing which is common for all of us is that for us to attain the true financial freedom, all our money has to beat inflation. So like Dhirendra mentioned, that it's the biggest enemy, right, which is eating into your, into the money, in the corpus that you have. But when we think of it, that is my money beating inflation, you may think, okay, I have money in mutual funds, that is beating inflation, fair enough. But when we have to sit down and calculate, we have to see that is every penny that I have put to work, is that beating inflation, right? So the best way to take charge of your holistic financial plan is to do it by what we call goal-based investing, right? So the old way was, I need to create wealth. Paisa aa raha hai, whatever you don't spend, is a wealth that you're accumulating. The new way is that just having one random figure being, aggregated somewhere is never going to be enough, because you cannot say that, are you going to be able to meet all your goals? Are you going to be able to meet them on the timelines that you want to meet them in? So we do what is called goal-based financial planning. Now in the goal-based financial planning, first you list out all your major financial goals. Even to buy a car, if you want to take a big vacation, family vacation abroad, you want to buy a house, your children's education, wedding, maybe even home renovation, or whatever, needs people have. You put them down, then you put them in different buckets, right? So you have short-term needs, you will have medium-term needs, you will have long-term needs. So short-term needs would be roughly, say, 1 to 3 years. Then you have up to 5, 6 years, 7 years is medium-term, and anything longer than that you would consider long-term. Now, why these different buckets? Because the way markets or investments behave over time horizons is different, right? So like Dhirendra said, that over 5-year period, the market has never made a negative return, right? So that means that over longer periods, it is possible for you to take more risk, because the probability that your money will be lost or the market will, crash or something goes down with time. In the shorter 1 to 3 year period, markets can be volatile. So therefore, all the goals which, all the goals which need to be serviced in the 1 to 3 year time frame probably need more conservative products to be invested in. The medium term goals will probably need a mix of conservative and aggressive products. And of course, long-term goals, it is possible to be very aggressive, because even if there's a market crash somewhere, and by the way, like a 10-15% intra-year within 1 year market fall is something which happens very regularly. So for people to start panicking and saying, nowadays a lot of people, they've started hearing in the news and they say, hey, FIIs ne sell kar diya, wo to bhag rahe hain, aur hame yahan pe, we'll be left holding the rubbish. That's not the case. If you actually see the data, the FII selling, the pace of FII selling has remained the same But the domestic institutional, the big investors are able to absorb that selling, right? So the impact on the market is decreasing, I can say, as time progresses. So therefore, this unnecessary panic is also reduced when you do goal-based investing, because you know कि अच्छा ये 1 to 3 year में market गिर भी गया, but my investments are in more conservative products, so it is not going to affect me much. So it helps you keep the discipline of remaining invested for long periods of time. And in the market, the biggest benefit that you can get is what we call compounding, which means that every year, whatever you earn in the first year also works in the second year to earn you more money, right? So compound interest, what we have heard of. So compounding is what is called the eighth wonder of the world, and it is what works its magic. So the longer you stay invested, the more your money compounds. So through goal-based investing, it is possible to be more disciplined. It is possible to have more diversification in your products because things are thought through. Once you list things down on paper, you attach values to them, it becomes, you inevitably become more committed to the goals that you have, right? The other thing is that, how ye sab to theek hai, maine goal likh diya, I've put them in buckets and all that. Now, what is the practical way to do it? So where people get stuck is in actually translating that goal into a portfolio, right? So the portfolio will have, again, so portfolio you can have like a core portfolio, right? But that will also have all these different bucketed instruments in them, right? So you go around choosing funds and inevitably you'll ask somebody, "Arey, koi fund bata do, naya kya chal raha hai?" And inevitably the more exotic, कोई बहुत exotic fund है, सबको लगता है हाँ यही अच्छा है, that large cap, उसमें कितना मिलेगा यार, 11% से मेरा क्या होगा, 12% से क्या होगा, but you're forgetting that is getting compounded year after year, right? So my advice, at least personally, is that simplicity is the best. The simpler your portfolio, the more manageable it is, the more it is under your control. For your core portfolio, which should be 80% of your portfolio, even having just 5-6 funds is enough, right? So if you have a large cap fund, you have a hybrid fund, you have, say, a flexi cap fund, these are funds which sort of cover every segment of the market, right? So therefore you have the safety and stability of large caps, the liquidity of large caps. You have, the potential to earn outsized returns from small caps, and a mixture of, in mid caps as well. You will have, through hybrid funds, debt in your portfolio, which will again lend a favor of, predictability and stability. So therefore, the 80% of your portfolio gets cast, right? Now, everybody wants, सबको लगता है कि यार हमें पता है क्या हो रहा है. Like, for example, say you're in the army, right? So now you'd know defense much better than an average person like me. You may think, यार ये defense fund आ रहा है, I want to put money in it because I think there's this, awesome potential, which is fine. Okay, but you should know that every opportunity that you and me, and we are not the professional fund managers, every opportunity that people like you and me can see, the professional fund managers are also seeing. So if you have a diversified fund like a flexi cap fund or a multi-cap fund, the fund manager is also increasing allocation to the sectors which are going to perform. So you may end up double doing, right? So if they say, suppose कि आपको किसी sectoral fund में exposure लेना है, don't take more than 5%. तो आपने तो 5% एक sectoral fund में ले लिया. Your fund manager has also taken extra 5% in the diversified fund. So your double doing that effort increases the risk in your portfolio. So therefore, the 80% आपका core portfolio है. If you feel कि you have anything which begins with I have an opinion, मेरे को ये लग रहा है, all that can be taken care of in your 20% of the portfolio. Even in that. Okay, so that is what we call the tactical portfolio, that if you feel, abhi infra, government aa gayi, abhi to India is decade, infra is going to be very, very good. I want to invest in infra funds and all. All of those are things which you do in that 20% of your portfolio, right? Even within that, there are these two things, right? So there is something called a sectoral fund, there's something called a thematic fund. Sectoral fund is कि किसी भी एक सेक्टर का है, आपको बैंकिंग फंड लिया, आपने फार्मा फंड लिया, आपने आईटी फंड लिया, they are all sectoral funds. Thematic funds are a little bit more diversified because it is a theme, right? Make in India, which might have construction, which will have manufacturing, which will have consumption. So therefore, thematic funds, therefore, are a little bit more diversified. Of course, every equity product is very high risk, so do remember that. But basically what I'm trying to say is that think through the portfolio that you're making. Don't haphazardly, अच्छा इसका NFO आ गया, वो पता है, even my dad told me, वो इतना insist कर रहा था कि मैंने बस दे दिए पैसे. So that's the mindset we have to get out of now, is that there was a way in which things were done, 10, 15 years earlier. But now managing the money has become a lot more scientific, lot more data driven. And thanks to people like Dhirendra, that data is accessible to all of us, right? So now there is no longer an excuse to say कि हमें तो पता ही नहीं था, because it is available, right? So if you feel that you want to or you need to achieve true financial freedom, it is incumbent on all of us to spend that time to actually educate ourselves and make use of facilities which are easily available to actually translate them into a more efficient portfolio. And if we are unable to do it, please seek help. Now regulations are very strong. The market regulator, SEBI, has made things very, very, very transparent and reportable. So therefore, you don't think that koi mera paisa leke bhag jayega. Please seek help from independent advisors. You can go through this checklist of how to find somebody who's credible and knowledgeable and all that. But either you want to do it yourself, then please make sure you're updated. Otherwise, do seek help. One way or the other, just letting things go as they are is not going to cut it anymore, at least not now. Thank you so much, Sumaira. I totally resonate with that point you said, that someone sold that policy to your father and he bought it. In our times, we have bought so many LIC policies and they were called money back. And we got the money back, we realized they were peanuts. So anyway, now as a moderator, I must caution we are running behind schedule, so I would request you to be now slightly more crisp. There are two elephants I would like to address. And these two elephants are there at the back of each one of us. One is investment in real estate, and second is about children education and children marriage. They are possibly the two most major expenditure a common investor would have. So Dhirendra, I would like to ask you, where do you place real estate in terms of the investment landscape? What are your views about it being an investable avenue, or it is only for consumption? And if yes, on either of the two, then how much of the kitty should be put towards that? Your views.
No, there isn't a thumb rule. There isn't a formula. There isn't a... I would say that, one should always distinguish between house that you will live in. It's not an investment. It is not something which you bother about. In this city, I know of many of my father's friends and many other people who are asset rich and otherwise very poor with their cash flow. And that is a trap which you may fall into. So make sure that you are getting into a house. It is a house that you will live in, and it is a house that you will live all your life. And that is a great comfort, a shelter. And that is one definition. The second is that be aware of 2-3 things which is unique to real estate. One is that it is big ticket size. For most people who are working, real estate investment cannot be diversified. If you are buying a mutual fund, if you are buying a stock, it will beat inflation and it will be in small tickets if you go wrong. So it's a big ticket thing. Second is that, it is illiquid. You will find that, it is very easy to buy and it is very hard to sell. And every time you sell, there is a doom going, things are not favorable. And when you want to buy, this is the last house which is up for sale. After that, the show will be over. This is typically, the strategy or the tactics. So I would say that be careful about it. And coming from a feudal mindset, coming from a family where, think of it, real estate. Everything else is unreal. That is not true. You have to really understand that what we are thinking of real and what is unreal, it is actually not real. That is the modern reality. When you invest in a mutual fund, when you invest in a bond, when you invest in a diversified portfolio, you are buying the underlying ownership of those companies. Thousands of people get up in the morning to go get to their work, and you are the owner of these businesses in a very tiny manner. And that is why you succeed with equity. This conceptual clarity that you have will actually demystify and help you be a long-term investor. Now coming to, I just want to get into one area where, to supplement what Sumeera was saying. There are plenty of options. There are simple way of achieving it. Invest for the long run, put money in an equity fund, put money in a diversified equity fund, and don't look at it for the first 5 years. And first year, blindly do anything. Even if you choose a bad fund, you will end up being a winner. I can tell you with affirmation. In fact, the bad ones turn good, the good ones turn bad. So it is not, I can tell you by being the foremost expert of mutual fund in the country that I can't predict the best one. So you also can't do it. All you can do is you can pick the reasonable one. Get started with it. And waiting for the most opportune time is the worst thing that we do to ourselves. That is something which you should overcome. So, and long term, do that money. Short term, put your money in the bank, no problem. You will end up earning 7% or 6% or 4% is not going to make a lot of difference to your life. But with your long term money, not compounding it at twice as much as the inflation is a disfavor to yourself.
Thank you so much, Dhirendra. I think I fully agree with you because you stay in a house which is, a couple of crores, 5 crore, 10 crore, and you are staying in that house. It's totally illiquid asset that you got on your hands. Now I'll request the Bacha party, please idhar suniye. Aapke matlab ki baat hone wali hai. Now today, nursery admissions are costing 1.5 lakh rupees. LKG admissions are costing 3.5 lakh rupees. MBBS education today is 1 crore rupees. Today, if one wants to study abroad, I don't know how many lakhs or crores it goes into. And once you finish that course, invariably there's education loan. Or your parents have moved off all their savings into sending you abroad. And when you come back, what's the guarantee of a job and what kind of job are you getting? And if you get stuck in a situation like Ukraine, where 1,300 MBBS students had to be evacuated from Kharkiv, and they were in 3rd and 4th year of medical college, you are left with nothing. This is the scenario of education sector today in India. And I want to segue to Sumeera. Extremely sensitive issue, and we will have to tackle it. So can you tell your views as to how parents and the children who are sitting behind, they understand and how to deal with this issue? Okay. So, all over the world, anybody, you find them in US, Europe, Asia, anywhere, they all have similar financial goals, right? Sabko ghar lena hai, chutti. In India, particularly, maybe some Asian countries, there are 2 goals which are very unique to India and Asia. One is that parents pay for their child's education, and second is they pay for the wedding, which is fine. That 2 big fat weddings. That too, yeah. Both of them are guzzlers. Okay, so which is fine, because even I don't agree that, let a child start off with the baggage of an education loan, which is fine. But, see, सवाल कुछ भी हो, आपको पढ़ाई के लिए, घर के लिए, whatever. मेरा जवाब एक ही है that the answer to everything in my books, and not because I work in a mutual fund, but truly independent view, is that the answer to everything is to invest in a mutual fund. Because see, direct stocks हमारे बस का नहीं है, right? I used to be in CNBC. I was there for 11 years. I must have had maybe 4 or 5 stocks. Right? It is one thing to talk in theory day after day. I'm looking at stocks and you're commenting. It's another thing to invest in them. Right? So it is better to leave that decision to professional fund managers. I think we have already established that amongst all the investment avenues available, mutual fund is best, right? So if you have to gear it towards your child's education, the very first thing is that the number that you arrive at, the goal, amount of the goal, has to be realistic. Where most of us go wrong is that we set very unrealistic targets, either too high or too low, right? So in the case of the child's education, it is not only the tuition fees that you have to consider, right? There is pre-admission coaching that you will do. There is exam registration, especially if you're sending abroad, then you must do all that application to various universities, your visa costs, counselor costs, there is travel, food, stationery, laptop, medical insurance, travel insurance. So there are so many associated costs. So the very first step is that you must sit down and come, and a lot of the websites abroad, overseas, are now giving that, that what the average. Then you must look at what is the lifestyle inflation of that place which you are targeting. Right now you may look at US, but your child may go to Europe, but you have to start somewhere. The same portfolio which you have, which is, an equity fund, diversified fund, etc., works very well in this case as well. If you're starting very early and you have a longer horizon, like say, over 10 years, your child is just 2, 3, 4, 5 right now, and you need money when they're going to be 18, 20, you can even look at adding some small cap funds to it, right? Basically, the thing is that over the longer term, the risk reduces. You do an SIP. There is a concept called a top-up SIP, right? So if you're doing, say, a 15,000 rupee SIP for 15 years, so at the end of 15 years, I'm taking a very conservative, if it's earning you 10% every year, you get about 60 lakhs at the end of 10. If you say कि मेरा 15,000 का तो SIP चल ही रहा है, but हर साल मेरी सैलरी बढ़ती जा रही है, तो इसलिए अपनी बढ़ती सैलरी के हिसाब से मैं 2,000 रुपये हर साल अपनी SIP बढ़ाऊंगी. तो पहले साल में मेरी SIP was 15,000. Second year my SIP became 17,000. Third year my SIP became 19,000, and so on and so forth. So if you continue that for 15 years at the same 10%, you will end up making over 1 crore. Right? So this is a concept of top-up, and why these amounts look so exaggerated to you. I mean, they may even look unbelievable to you, but there are SIP calculators available. You can just Google SIP calculator, your SIP top-up calculator, and you can do the math yourself. This is how compounding works. So for goals which are very far away into the future, like a child's education, it is advisable to go for an equity fund. Now, depending on your risk appetite, आप large cap लें या mid cap लें या small cap लें, that is, of course, a unique decision. But कोई ना कोई cap आपको लेना पड़ेगा, and the best way to accelerate that savings is through a top-up SIP. Likewise, for weddings, I guess, it's the only thing is you ladder it. And the other thing is that in goal-based investing, I forgot to mention it, it is not कि suppose मेरा बेटा आज 2 साल का है, मुझे 18 साल पे पैसे चाहिए, तो ये नहीं है कि मैं 16 साल तक पैसे equity fund में रखूँगी. Right? There's this thing which we call the glide path investing, which means कि जब मेरे बेटे की उम्र 17 साल की होगी तो मैं equity से पैसा निकाल के धीरे 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 करके उसे debt में या fixed income में डालना शुरू कर दूँगी, ताकि क्योंकि जब मेरा बेटा 17 साल का है तो मेरा गोल सिर्फ 1 साल दूर है. So then I have to start transferring the risk of an equity fund and move it to a more conservative fund, ताकि उस 1 साल में अगर market crash हो तो मेरे गोल पे असर ना पड़े. So this is what we call the glide path, that as you come closer to your goals, you have to de-risk your portfolio and start moving it. So this is through you can do a systematic transfer plan. ये भी एक बहुत ही अच्छा tool मिला है म्यूचुअल फंड्स को कि आप सिस्टमैटिकली हर महीने धीरे 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 करके अपना पैसा equity fund से fixed income में ले आए, and you de-risk it. So whether it is your child's education or this one, is be realistic about the goal you're setting. Second is accelerate it through a top-up SIP. And third is that as you get closer to your goal, try to de-risk it. Thank you so much. Very beautifully explained, Sumaira, in this short time. Now, before we throw the session open to audience for questions, one thing which is very important in any endeavor in life, Dhirinder, is to, of course, we must do things correctly. It's critical. But I think more critical is what is it that we should not be doing. So just one point each, if I may request both Dhirinder and Sumaira, so far as the investing is concerned, what is that one thing you would recommend investors should not do? Dhirinder.
In fact, I would like to just warn you that investing is all about what not to do. What is to be done is a very simple thing. For most of your goals, invest some more money when you have the time. Start as early as possible. But still, just answering your question directly, I would say that whenever you come across, the rule of saving investment is that, there are two rules, what Warren Buffett said, that never lose money. And second rule is to not forget the first one. And so with that in mind, I would like to warn you that if you come across, you are all intelligent people, you are all thoughtful people. If you come across to a proposal which is too good to be true, it is not going to be true. So that is something always to be mindful of.
Sumaira? Okay, so I'll say that try to resist the temptation to redeem every time, because कभी हमें लगता है कि अरे इस म्यूचुअल फंड में बहुत पैसे बन गए, अब छुट्टी पे जाना है, अभी थोड़े निकाल देते हैं, फिर जब सैलरी आएगी तो वापस भर देंगे. So I want to tell you that all mutual funds follow a rule called first in first out. यानी जो SIP आपने सबसे पहले भरी थी, जिस पे सबसे ज़्यादा कंपाउंडिंग हुई है, वो SIP सबसे पहले रिडीम होती है. So every time you want to redeem, even अगर आपको लगता है कि अरे मुझे सिर्फ 25,000 रुपए रिडीम करने हैं, those 25,000 are the monies which have compounded the most. So the longer they stay, they will compound the maximum. So every time you feel the urge to redeem, please think whether it's really required or can you manage the funds elsewhere, which is why if you have a goal, this urge will not arise. Very true, very well said. So now I think we'll take a question or two from the audience. Anyone having any question? Yes, sir, please. Is there a mic there? Yes. A mic is there, sir, behind you. Mic is there.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
A very insightful discussion. Thank you so much. One question I have only, if you are a long-term investor and you have been an investor for the last 10, 20, 30 years and you've not touched your investment, is there any need to diversify?
What is your investment? Okay, Dharinder, would you like to take it on?
No, if you are sure of your investments and if you have succeeded for the last 20, 30 years, you are master of your business.
Sit tight.
Concentration is good if you know it. Diversification is an insurance against not knowing things and investing passively.
I'm asking this question in light of what you said, that no fund is a bad fund.
No.
All funds are good funds. Over a period of time, all funds will perform. Some will perform more, some will perform less. I have made this statement in the light of that particular point of yours.
Yes, because diversification is an insurance against something which we don't know. Good businesses die. Good businesses struggle. Things change. Things become obsolete. The world changes. If assuming that Indian Post Office was a business, it will be invalid today. Likewise, so to insure ourselves against the ever-changing world, because humanity will move and things will become obsolete. Your inability to change will actually make many of the businesses, there will be mortality and insurance against that.
So basically what you're talking about is balancing a fund, balancing your investment, after seeing how it has performed, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, sir, please.
Sir, I just want to ask a serious question in a lighter tone. This is about investing.
No, we are very serious people. You can ask any which way.
But this is about investing in gold. we have a heated debate at home. My wife is sitting in the first row.
Yeah, that is as serious as it can get. Yeah, what is the question?
The question is that what is your view on investing in gold versus the mutual fund or the other instruments which the banks bought?
Okay, so I love gold. Okay, but probably in proportion, physical gold and paper gold. So you can do it through a gold ETF or even I don't know if those Reserve Bank gold bonds will come back again or not. But those were a good option. So gold is a absolutely necessary portion of your portfolio. Actually, in that first answer, I should have mentioned it that depending on each, whether you're aggressive, conservative, or a moderate investor, having some exposure to gold is recommended. To what extent depends on your risk appetite, but yes, some exposure is good. And if you choose to have what is that hybrid fund, the multi-asset allocation fund, you will automatically get exposure to gold. So if you include that in your core portfolio, you will also have the gold exposure. But not a big fan of jewelry. I mean, you buy it to wear it, just don't consider it an investment.
You see, the final goal should be to keep the wife happy. Because if that goal is not taken correctly, then you will become the object with which she will score a goal in the goal post. That will not be very pleasant. Yeah, any more questions?
Sir, we have time for one more?
Of course.
Yeah. Sir, there's a continuous dilemma. By the time, after investing, say about 10 years, 15 years, you have X amount of money in your investments. Now you have to also buy a house or something, or children have to go. Is it advisable to take, say, home loan, which is at the rate of interest, say about 8.5, 9%, whichever bank you take, and keep this money invested? Or we take out this money which we have and not take loan at all, please?
Dhirendra?
Yeah, this is the most frequently asked question. Home loan is the only loan which is worth taking because it's the cheapest loan. You also get some tax break. You build up an asset which is also an appreciating asset. And this is the only which is a sensible loan worth taking without liquidating your investments. But you should do it only when you have the cash flows, when your salary is coming or you have something to support it. In your retirement, you can't do that because you need cash flow to support the repayment of the EMI. Assuming you are able, you have sizable corpus, still it makes, because on any 15 to 18 year period, which is the term of a home loan, your equity investments will beat the interest cost that you are bearing anytime on any 15-year time period by a wide margin, even through the worst of times.
I think we will now just discuss a very important topic with Sumaira before we wind up. The last 1 minute. This is very important, ma'am. You also have to listen.
Okay.
See, today the issue is that we all have investments and we have investments all over the countryside. And forget about the spouses and the next of kin, even sometimes we don't know where are our investments. What is the way to scientifically do it? That is what, Sumaira, if you may cover for us.
So there's this book that we had created just after COVID at SBI Mutual Fund. It is for consolidating all your documents. So I don't have time to go through it, but you can, it's available at the book stalls. You can just go and there's a free copy that you can pick up. Why the need for this book is because the entire family needs to come on the same page. What we had noticed during COVID was that when the breadwinner died, the wife, did not know even the insurance agent's phone number. She did not know the password to access the Gmail. She did not know how many bank accounts are there, from where to get the money, and so on and so forth. Which loans have to be paid, which loans are covered by insurance. I mean, there is n number of things, right? So now Dhirendra was just telling me there is this thing called a financial aggregator, which is, account aggregator, which is coming in, where all the financial documents can be aggregated, right? But this book, you will see, also has more details about where the papers are kept, what is the location of important documents, right? What are the passwords which people in the family have to know? As well, This book provides a starting point for the entire family to sit together and discuss. It is, and I've called it "Where's the Money, Honey?" because mostly it is the husband, where's the money, honey? Because mostly the husband knows and the wife doesn't know. So now it's time for the wife to ask honey to, give all the details. So, and for the, not just between the spouses, please include your children in this discussion, because sometimes, say the husband has a risk appetite of equity. They have bought a lot of shares or mutual funds, whatever. The wife or the children may not understand that equipment. So unless you have equipped them to deal with the inheritance that you're leaving, it will not work. So this is just a starting point for everybody to come together, to have everything in one place, and to have shared knowledge of the assets. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumaira. I think we are now absolutely running out of time. So I'll just close by saying that I hope we have not given the impression that money is the ultimate objective in life. Traditionally we've been talking of 4 purusharth, 4 end goals for a human being: dharma, arth, kam, and moksha. Earth, money, very, very important. It will give you what you desire for. For that you require money. To retire and thereafter live a dignified old age, you require money. Even for your cremation, you require money. Yes, it's very important. But is it the most important thing? No. So ethically and morally, what you earn is very good. If God has been kind enough to give you beyond that, it is time to start sharing with the society, with those who are not as fortunate as we are. So on that good note, I must thank Dhirendra and Sumaira for sparing your time and giving us these beautiful nuggets. Thank you so much.
A heartfelt thank you to our distinguished panelists for this insightful discussion. I request the panelists to be there on stage, please. I request Mrs. Shivani Singh, Secretary AWWA, Western Command, to felicitate the panel. Today's session illuminated complex financial topics with clarity and depth, offering practical advice and empowering perspectives on navigating financial challenges. Their expertise and perspectives have left us more informed and inspired to take control of our financial future. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am.
request you all to please settle down once again. All the people on my right, request you to take a seat. We have 2 book launches back to back right now, and we have the authors eagerly waiting. So please take a seat. Children at the back, please take a seat and sit down. You want to see a book launch? You'll have to say, take a seat, bacha. Let's sit down for a while. You'll also grow up to be authors and writers and poetesses. I can see all the girls there. I see everyone is almost settled. Once again, a request to my right-hand side, please settle down. It's a pleasure to welcome a versatile author and publisher amongst us, a woman who grew up as the daughter of a soldier, but also chose to stand by her own partner in uniform as a military wife, Mrs. Ganeev Panjrat. She has penned down her life stories, sharing her experience and the essence of her journey and the unseen that military families experience. Mrs. Ganeev Panjrat, give her a hand as we get her on the stage. A little more louder claps from the backstage. Thank you so much. Switch it on.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your patience. It's an absolute honor to be here today and share my heart and soul behind my memoir, Playground to Parade Ground, Fauji Brat to Military Spouse. This book is more than just a collection of memoirs, stories, anecdotes. It's my life's journey. One that began with a starry-eyed young girl growing up in a military household and evolved as I stepped into the role of an army officer's wife, walking side by side with my husband as he grew from a young officer to a senior leader in various pivotal roles. One of the reasons I poured my heart into this book was to share a message. It was a message for the young military spouses of today. This life is full of responsibilities. Yes, but it's also one that celebrates the spirit of growth and ambition. Being a military spouse doesn't mean putting down your dreams on hold. It, in fact, is about learning how to weave your career, passions, and aspirations into the fabric of military life. I stand here today not just as a wife, but as a director of Creative Crows Publisher, a professional with a fulfilling career that I built along with my family life. I hope that as you read my story, you'll see that the military way of life, with all its trials and triumph, is a journey that enriches you in countless ways. It's a life that shapes you. All while embracing the extraordinary role of being by the side of someone who serves the nation. Thank you for joining me in this beautiful evening and for listening to my story and for allowing me to share this piece of my heart. Thank you so much.
That was wonderful. I now request Mrs. Shivani Singh, Secretary AWWA Western Command, to come up on the stage and do the honors for the book launch. The children have the enthusiasm. May I hear some claps? Thank you, children. You have set the note here. Congratulations, Mrs. Ganeev, and thank you, Mrs. Shivani. We also have amongst us Ms. Neeti Kunango, who has been an educator and a writer. She also creates travels and self-discovery experiences for women. Mama, may I request you to come up on the stage? A big hand for Mrs. Neeti Kunango.
A very good evening to everyone. First and foremost, a big thank you to the AWWA fraternity for creating this scintillating platform for people like us to express their trials and triumphs. As you can see, the cover of my book. Yeah, so my book is titled Reborn, and it is the story of my cancer journey. A simple but deeply moving narrative, which is not a sob story or a cancer survival guide. Because we miss the better side of cancer. How many of you know somebody who has had cancer? I think I can see 90% of the crowd raising their hands. So in my book, I have tried to bring out the emotions, the fears, and the real feelings of a cancer patient, what they go through, what I went through, and how that needs to be discovered by people all around. Just like a soldier fights a war with grit and overcomes his trauma with resilience. I think I have been a soldier in that right. And cancer teaches you many good things. It teaches you resilience, it teaches you hope, it brings out your best version. And in this narrative, I can promise you, you will be shocked, you will choke, and you will also smile. Because I have interwoven it with the most beautiful life lessons and reflections. I can assure you, when you read this book, you will not be able to put it down. And you will come out of it smiling. So here is my book, Reborn. And the best compliment I got for this book, I must share with you. My oncosurgeon at Research and Referral in Delhi told me that, ma'am, after reading your book, my perspective as an oncologist has completely changed. And I think this book is important for everyone to read. It is not just for cancer patients and the caregivers, but it is for everyone to understand the highest resilience a human spirit can develop. Thank you so much.
And now I request Mrs. Sindhu Matthew, Chairperson, Patient Welfare and Prerna Cell, Western Command, to please come up on the stage and officially launch the book. Congratulations, Mrs. Neeti Kanungo. Can we hear some claps once again for the lovely words that we shared? Thank you, ma'am.
Let's begin the exploration into the depths of India's civilizational heritage, a brilliant mosaic, with Mr. Nilesh Kulkarni, who is a versatile professional with expertise in management and entrepreneurship, and Colonel Avnish Sharma, who is a prolific writer and a public speaker. They will illuminate us and make us revisit the legacies of the past and take inspiration for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mr. Nilesh Kulkarni in conversation with Colonel Avnish on India's civilizational heritage, a brilliant mosaic.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jai Hind. Today we have the pleasure of having amidst us Mr. Nilesh Kulkarni, whose brilliant credentials have already been announced by our gracious hostess. Well, that's not all. Nilesh is a historian. I would say a step ahead of a historian. He's a researcher of history, a fellow who unveils unknown and little known facts about history, which in any case is a neglected subject in our context. We'll see that as we go along, and the fellow who's in conversation with him today on stage is actually a novice. So we are up against a vast subject, a subject which spans for more than 4,500 years. So for the time that we have, we'll take a leaf out of this and go on a journey with Lord Rama after banishment. And for this, we'll lean on Nilesh's masterpiece bestseller, In the Footsteps of Rama, where he'll take us on the explorative expedition to retrace steps of Lord Rama and his entourage from Ayodhya and back to Ayodhya. Now tell us, Nilesh, why is it important and why is it required to get to know this facet of our cultural history?
Hi there, thank you very much for having me here. And first and foremost, I've discovered something absolutely unique today about myself, which is that when I started writing after I turned 60. So people mostly do ask me what made you become an author. So today I think Mr. Boman Irani has convincingly sorted that out, because he said if your child doesn't know mathematics, don't chase him for becoming a mathematician. He can always be an author. So I guess my mathematics marks are what made me start writing. So I'm so glad that I found clarification about what I actually am. Now, why is it important to know civilizational history? See, your civilization is where your roots actually are. And from times immemorial till date, if you see the evolution of the human condition, Things were very simple. For instance, in the hunter-gatherer days, all you wanted was security and you wanted food. There was nothing else that you actually wanted. So everything was dictated by the need for food and by the need for security and safety. All you had to fear was animals in the jungle or lightning or fire. Everything else was fine. Then came the industrial age, where there were assembly lines. You didn't have to figure much out. If a machine came in front of you, you screwed on one screw or you put in one nut, and that is the end of your job. But now, since then, everything has exploded. Things have become much more complicated. Now suddenly, nothing is for sure anymore. Your financial status is not sure. Today you have money, tomorrow you haven't. Your gender identity is under question all the time, whichever way, for good or bad. Your position in the family is under question. Families themselves are under question. Everything is under question. There's no sense of identity. Because you don't have a sense of identity, and you are buffeted by all kinds of stimuli from all over, all the time. You do actually need to be well-rooted. So you need to be rooted because there is so much uncertainty in the world around you that you need to have strong roots to be able to combat that and to fight that and to face that successfully. I think, therefore, knowing your civilization, knowing your history is absolutely essential. Because the deeper your roots, the more as a tree you will tend to be able to stand against all kinds of storms and all kinds of floods. So you need to know it because life is more complicated nowadays, and you need to know about your civilization and your history and learn from it.
Thanks, Nilesh. A huge round of applause for Mr. Nilesh Kulkarni. I must share this with you. This fest is a debutist of Mr. Nilesh Kulkarni in an all-army environment, so he was naturally skeptical. And he tells me very candidly, he said, Abnish, you guys have a very stern demeanor. So I couldn't say no because reality is not easily digestible. But I assured him, I said, our ladies are just the opposite. You can express freely with impunity, and here we go.
That's not all that was there to it. I asked him whether it was necessary to wear a necktie. So he said, nahi, aap jaise ho waise aa sakte ho. But when I was leaving and packing my suitcase, my wife said, ek tie to le hi jao, kya pata wahan insist hi kare pehnne ke liye. So then I was wearing a kurta, I said, isko par hi pehn lenge, dekhi jayegi jo hoga ho.
Nilesh, your book, in the Footsteps of Rama, can you give us a synopsis of the book first?
Yes, and I would like to relate it also to the topic we are discussing. See, for this book called In the Footsteps of Ram Travels with the Ramayana, which was published in 2021 and has since gone on to be translated into 5 languages, made into a web series and so on, I and my co-author, we traveled from Ayodhya to Sri Lanka and back. So we traced the path which Prabhu Ram had taken during his Vanvas. And moving all along the way, we had again come back all the way to Ayodhya. And in the process, we had not only gone to some amazing places and met some absolutely fascinating people, but we unearthed a lot of stories which had not been known before. So the book runs on 2 parallel tracks. There is the track of our journey, along with Prabhu Ram's journey, from Ayodhya to Sri Lanka and back. And there are stories of the people we have met on the way. And there is also the story of the Ramayana, which moves from one area to the other. Now, why it was an exercise in knowing our civilization, actually, so to say, was because we discovered that as we moved from Ayodhya to Sri Lanka, the way Ram was perceived has changed. Between one and the other, the concept of Ram has changed, the way Ram is worshipped has changed. Ram remains Ram, a constant. But, for instance, in Ayodhya, he would be worshipped as Ram Lala and then as Raja Ram. In Nasik, he would be worshipped as Virahi Ram, because he was grieving for for Sita. And when he went to Sri Lanka, or after he met Sugriv and the Vanar Sena was formed, he was known as Kodandadhari Ram, somebody who was lifting a bow to fight for his thing. The concept has changed. Depending on this, that's what happens. When you take a journey, as you progress on the journey from one place to the other, you find that the nature of perceiving the same thing also changes, like in the case of the very common revered icon of Lord Ram. So we undertook this journey, and the book is a summary of all the experiences of that time, as well as the stories of Ramayana, which we unearthed, some of which will surprise you, because they have been absolutely unheard of and known to all of us. But we'll come to that when he asks me the right question.
Okay, every time, this is our third encounter. We are chronic partners. Every time his latest book was launched, I moderated the session. We had a podcast together. So today is the third, so we are veterans. Tell us as to how did this idea germinate in your mind to validate the footsteps of Rama along 14 years of his Vanvas? And what all challenges did you face? You have physically traveled from Ayodhya to Chitrakoot, which was unknown till you unraveled it, Nasik, on to Rameshwaram, then to Sri Lanka and back. And he's penned it down with a lot of anecdotes. Tell us, how did this idea germinate? How did you get the stamina mentally and then physically, and the challenges that you endured along as you went along?
I will give you the first version. The first version is, ever since I was a child, about 3 years old, I was always fascinated by civilizational history, and forever wanted that when I grow up, I would trace the civilizational history of India through the medium of Ram, but that is not correct. What actually happened was that it was just a dare. We were sitting in a hotel room on a holiday, and my co-author, who's also an old friend, casually said, कि तुझे पता है चित्रकूट कहाँ है? तो I said, हाँ, approximately कहीं मध्य प्रदेश में यहाँ पे. So he said कि ये तो almost 500 kilometers का area है. Do you know where actually it is? I found I didn't. Then he said, do you know how important it is? I said, Ramayana में कुछ तो है, क्या है पता नहीं. So then that day itself we decided कि अगर हमें पता ही नहीं है और रामायण में ये इतना important है जितना उसने भी पढ़ा था, तो we will go to Chitrakoot and find out how that place is connected to Ram. So on a dare, as a holiday, we went to Chitrakoot. And Chitrakoot is a place where Ram spent 11 years, 11 months and 11 days of his Vanvas. That means the bulk of his Vanvas was spent in Chitrakoot. So obviously there are a lot of memories of Ram there. There are a lot of stories of Ram there. And we spent 11 days chasing, 12 days chasing those stories. Whereas normally people go there for a day and come back. At the end of which, we decided to write an article for maybe Outlook Traveler or something, telling them what our findings were. But when we wrote that article, it expanded to about 12,000 words. So we said, if one location can provide us enough ammunition to write 10, 12,000 words, if we went to more locations, we may just have a book in it. So we decided to make the journey. So the decision was very casually taken, but the impact it had on us was not casual. The impact was profound. And the story I will tell you about that is that the first stop was at a place called Hanuman Gadi in Ayodhya. Ayodhya Hanuman Gadi is the oldest Hanuman temple in the world, it is said, the first Hanuman temple in the world. When I was talking to the Mahantji there, after speaking to him as we were coming back, he said, आपकी किताब लिखी जाएगी कि नहीं मुझे पता नहीं, इसे कोई पढ़ेगा कि नहीं मुझे पता नहीं, लेकिन मुझे सिर्फ इतना पता है, जब आप इस पूरे भ्रमण को कर लौटोगे तो आप बदल चुके होगे. Which is actually what happened. The decision was taken casually, but the impact was so profound that almost every way I think now, or every way I look at a problem or I face situations, is born out of the lesson I got so late in life, the lessons I got so late in life. That is the lessons I accumulated during the journey. Yeah, that's your cue.
Yeah, the challenges, as you went along, you met a lot of people of varied kinds, varied professions, starting from priests to cavemen to chaiwalas, to even a soldier on leave. Yes. So how was it? How were these challenges?
See, when you started off, it's very often like life. When you take the leap, if you actually know how far that leap is going to land or where it's going to take you, you might never just do it. So we went ahead and just thought that we'd take it one step at a time. But then once we had done 2 destinations, we realized that the scope of the thing was so vast that challenges would be there at every step. Basic challenges. When you are traveling from Ayodhya to Sri Lanka, you go through so many language belts. There are people speaking Hindi, people speaking Marathi, people speaking Kannada, Tamil, all the languages all along the way. Now, how do you communicate in a small village where you're looking for, say, a particular cave or a particular Rakshasni ki gufa? Ayomukhi, there was one gufa we were looking. And you don't know how to communicate with them. What do you talk? How do you ask your questions? Basic challenge of language, one. Second challenge of local superstition. For instance, near Hampi, there is a place where Ram shot Bali. Now, that particular place, I was shown from a distance and I was told, ki dekhiye, wo wahan pe hai. So we decided to go there. But when we took it was across the river. So we took the car from one side of the river, crossed over and went to the other side and started asking around, ki Wali ka jo vadh hua tha, wo sthal kahan hai? Not one single villager was prepared to tell us anything about it. Most of them would just turn away and not answer the question. When we finally went there and found the place, we were told कि ये जगह यहाँ पर शापित मानते हैं, इसलिए इसके बारे में कोई बात नहीं करना चाहता. And I discovered it in a very frightening kind of way, which is that I met an auto driver who told me कि 500 रुपए दोगे तो मैं ले जाऊँगा, but मैं दूर से दिखाऊँगा आपको, मैं आऊँगा नहीं वहाँ तक. So he showed us the place, and I waded through knee-deep slush to get there. But the moment I went there, it was a small hillock, and I was about to step on the hillock when a man from a field on the side came running saying, "Bhago, bhago, bhago, bhago." And I thought that he meant that maybe there's some animal around. So I ran back. When I ran back, he came on the road and said, "Aapki jaan bacha di." क्योंकि उस पर जो भी पैर रखता है वो मर जाता है. Now, such challenges are there that you have local superstition, so you can't get authentic data on that. And then there are physical challenges. I was 60 plus, I've had 3 heart surgeries, and I had to wade through rivers, I had to climb up mountains. I once slithered down a rope 14 feet to get into a cave where Sita was kept captive, and then walked 3 kilometers underground to get to the lake where she was held. Now, this is something which was a huge physical challenge. I mean, not being able to do it physically. But I think the Lord was kind and I was able to manage.
His book is about 70% composed of interesting anecdotes, which I feel is a collection partly from the locals that he gained and partly from Tulsi's or Valmiki's Ramayana. Very interesting anecdotes. It's such a pleasure. Like, for example, there is one place in this country called Dunagiri, where Lord Hanuman is not revered. He is actually hated. There is no idol of Lord Hanuman there, and he's brought out that anecdote that when he came to get the Sanjeevani booty, Hanumanji, in his quest to get hold of things, cut the side of a mountain, and the complete thing eroded and kind of destroyed that village. Another one which I found, I mean, there are so many of them, we'll hear it from the horse's mouth. And the second one is, which I didn't know, is that crows, the crows that we see here are partially blind, and there is a story behind it. So can we have some anecdotes, and very nice, long 300-foot arm, and such interesting ones that.
See, one of the great things about our civilization is that when our ancestors wanted to give us complicated life lessons, they actually couched them in terms of stories. And they made the stories so interesting that you wanted to connect with them. And most often than not, you should take all Puranic stories and all stories in mythology with a pinch of salt, in as much as that they don't actually mean what they seem to be meaning. There is a deeper meaning to it. So which is what I think we should really drive to understand. But this story about the crow is that when Prabhu Ram, Sita ji and Lakshman ji were in Chitrakoot, one of Indra's son actually cast a evil eye. He had bad intentions for Sita Mata. So he went and pecked at her breast as per Valmiki Ramayana and at her feet as per Tulsidas and flew away. The moment he flew away, Ram got enraged, Lakshman particularly, and Lakshman shot an arrow at him. एक दर्ब उठाया और दर्ब को उन्होंने अपने धनुष पे चढ़ा के उसको मारा. Now that darb kept chasing the crow
till the crow finally landed at the feet of his father, hid under Indra's throne. But वो इंद्र के throne के नीचे छुपा था. Around. And at that point of time, Indra told his son, Jayant, that you go and apologize to Prabhu Ram. वो सबको माफ कर देंगे. आप जाओ और माफी मांगो क्योंकि otherwise ये आपको जिंदा छोड़ेगा नहीं. So the crow flew back and apologized, to which Lakshman ji said कि एक बार जो तीर छोड़ा जाता है वो कुछ ना कुछ तो करके ही लौटता है, उसे हम वेस्ट नहीं कर सकते. So therefore the Darb shot the crow in the eye. From then it is said that all crows are partially blind. But the more interesting anecdotes actually come from this is what our civilization is all about. You know what? Our whole religion, the Hindu religion, has actually expanded by assimilation, never by conquest, never by force, never by conversion. Meaning what? That if you went from one area to the other, for instance, talking about Ram, and somebody went from here to, say, Nasik, and said कि प्रभु राम की एक कहानी है, देखो ये रामायण है, ऐसे ऐसे घटित हुई है. People there would say, what is our connect with it? How do we connect with this story? Therefore, the person who took the story would more often than not say, अरे प्रभु रामचंद्र जी यहाँ तो रहे थे, ये देखो उनकी कुटिया है, ये देखो यहाँ पे सीता मैया खाना बनाया करती थी. So if you actually go all over the country, you find that there are so many Sita Nahanis and Sita Rasois spread all over the country. All areas would say कि हमारे यहाँ पे ये है. So the story keeps changing from place to place. It also changes from time to time, which is how civilization evolves. For instance, in the Valmiki Ramayana, Ram is shown as a Mahamanav, Ansh avatar of Vishnu, but somebody who has to be reminded about his divinity. By the time we came down to Tulsidas, which is, as Amish told you, is only 400 years old, the situation had changed. Society was much more insecure, and society needed a much stronger rallying point around which to organize their lives. Therefore, when Tulsi wrote the Ramayana, he made Ram to be God himself. So the entire shift from a god-like person to supreme god took place over 3,500 or 4,000 years old. And in the process, many stories changed. One of the most fascinating discoveries we made was in Nasik, when we went to the local Kalaram temple and asked the priest there कि यहाँ पे लक्ष्मण रेखा कहाँ खींची थी. तो he said, कौन सी लक्ष्मण रेखा, कौन सी रेखा खींची लक्ष्मण ने. हमने बोला आपको पता नहीं क्या. बोलते वो तो टीवी पे खींची गई थी ना, एक्चुअल में खींची गई है कि नहीं आपको क्या पता, किसी को क्या पता है. आपने पढ़ी है क्या वाल्मीकि रामायण, आप जाके पढ़िए. So we went back and found that neither in Valmiki nor in Tulsidas is a Lakshman Rekha actually mentioned. There is no mention of Lakshman Rekha. This came into the popular folklore through a Telugu Ramayana, from where it transferred to a Bangla Ramayana. From the Bangla Ramayana it came into the Ramlila tradition, and from the Ramlila tradition into our thinking. So look at how stories evolve. Stories keep changing, and that also in a way kind of explains how the demands of civilization change from time to time, and stories keep getting altered for that.
If I'm not wrong, I read it in your book somewhere, Lord Rama is known to be a very cool and a composed person. He did get annoyed at a particular place. Which was that?
This was only when Sugriv Vali ka vadh ho chuka tha, and Sugriv was anointed the king, and it was the monsoon had set in. So everybody knew that in the monsoon it was not possible for the soldiers to go looking for Sita Maya. Therefore they decided to take a 3-month break. So they took a 3-month break, during which they stayed in a cave, because as per the rules of Vanvas, Prabhu Ram was not allowed to enter a city. So they stayed in a cave. And at the end of 3 months they found that though the monsoon was over, Sugriv showed no signs of mounting the whole Sugriv ought to be given a chance, and he came back, and then the whole mission was mounted. That's the only time Prabhu Ram So in certain parts of
Okay, before we come to the final question, does anybody in the audience have any questions with regard to in footsteps of Lord Rama on the journey that he undertook? Okay. Before we end, I must share with you, he is an explorative historian. And he's penned a wonderful book called The Uprising, Liberation of Dadra and Nagar Haveli. It's an excellent piece of history, unknown history to most of us. And he's trying to bring out, and in fact, we thought India is free in 47, then we thought India is free after the Hyderabad operations. But he's brought out in this book, which is Amazon bestseller as on date, is the liberation of Dadra and Nagar Haveli. I find a connect between history and civilization in that book of yours. A quick word on that.
A quick word is that historical events always affect civilizations. Civilizations have been wiped out because of historical events, and certain historical events have created alternate civilizations. For instance, this book, I talk about how the 72 villages of Dadra and Nagar Haveli, which were under Portuguese occupation, were freed by a group of young boys from Pune, some 30-35 in numbers, who had only 5 rifles and 3 pistols, but with that they attacked an entire army, threw them out and liberated the area. This is a true story. But the civilizational impact is different, which is that when the Portuguese were ruling the place, it was Portuguese culture that prevailed there. But the tribal culture, which was the local rooted ancient culture, was completely thrown out. But when the areas were liberated, the tribals got into their own. And today I think the tribal culture is something that is flourishing over there. So this is a side effect of of a historical event happening. I think that is what I have been able to document.
Thank you. We come to the end of our discussion. Nilesh has just been to Dadra and Nagar Haveli. He was a personal guest of the Lieutenant Governor of Dadra and Nagar Haveli, who's invited him to organize a Lit Fest at Silvassa. So besides me, if anybody is keen to be his guest, kindly raise your hand. There are already hands coming up. Everybody wants to go to Silvassa.
No, you don't have to raise your hands. The moment I get up, you have to clap very hard. That would help. That would help your case immeasurably.
Thank you very much, Nilesh. It was a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much
conversing with you, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much.
Sir, I request you to be on the stage. Please join me in applauding Mr. Nilesh Kulkarni and Colonel Agnish Sharma. I request Mrs. Anupreet Ahuja, Chairperson, Ladies Club and Cultural Activities, Western Command, to come up on the stage to do the honors for felicitation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. So with this, we break for an evening tea, and then we meet here again at 6:30, that is 18:30 hours. I also have an announcement. Mrs. Shivali Ronath has misplaced her identity card, dependent card. So it is with Major Vinay, 24 Punjab. So if she is around, she may please collect it from him. Thank you, everyone, and we look forward to see you within 2 hours. Thank you and good evening.